Okay, good morning. I'd like to call this special meeting of council to order Tuesday, October 21st, 2025, 9 a.m. We are broadcasting on the Town of St. Mary's YouTube Live. The Council for the Town of St. Mary's acknowledges with gratitude and respect that we're gathering on the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee people of the Longhouse, giving thanks for all creation. I'll begin this morning by asking for declarations of pecuniary interest. Start with Councillor Craigmile.
None.
Councillor Edney.
None.
Councillor Luna.
None.
Councillor Lucas.
None.
Councillor Pridham.
None.
Councillor Alward.
None.
And I have none. The agenda was circulated. Are there any errors, omissions, or questions about procedure for today? Okay, seeing nothing, I'll seek a motion that the October 21st, 2025 special meeting of council agenda be accepted as presented. Someone willing to make a motion, moved by Councillor Craigmile, second by Councillor Alward. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion's carried. Okay, we have an ambitious agenda today, a number of things to go through. I just want to thank council for taking the time to concentrate on a full day budget period. I think it's past experience has made it very fruitful, and I thank you for setting the time aside. I think staff has done a very good job of putting the budget in front of us, and they've certainly tasked and done exactly what we've asked them to do. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Kittmer for opening comments, please.
Yeah. So thank you, Your Worship. So, Council, I'm pleased to introduce to you the 2026 budget. I'm just going to kind of jump between my memo and the initial part of the budget process that's in the first tab. So this would be our first budget under the new strong mayor powers that were enacted earlier this year for Mayor Strathy. During our pre-budget meeting in July, Mayor Strathy made it very clear that he wished that the budget process to remain the same as it has in the past. So what we've done is we've done our best to try and replicate that process. So if you may recall, in July, we talked about two different options of how the budget could look the same as it has in the past. One is for the mayor to waive his rights to table the budget, which would mean that he would have to wait until February 2nd to then say, I haven't tabled my budget by February 1st, which is the statutory deadline, and then we could proceed through the budget process exactly as we had in previous years, albeit 3 months late. And it was that late start to the budget, I think, that concerned all of us. We like to have our budgets passed as early as we can. We've always had a target that if we could have it done before the end of the calendar year, that would be great. It gives staff an early start on the capital budget in January and usually results in advantageous bidding. So this year we have made the decision to try and replicate it as best we can with an end of year target for the budget passing. What it means is that today you will be receiving staff's budget. So we've prepared the budget in very much the same way as we have in the past. The mayor's never been involved in developing the budget in the past. It's always technically been staff's proposed budget. But now we're making it very clear that we have tabled staff's proposed budget because it means that the statutory rules around the mayor's timelines and how council makes amendments, the mayor's ability to veto and council's ability to override aren't in effect right now. So really our goal is that council will go through the budget today as you have been in the past. You'll give staff, direction in some instances through consensus, in some instances through direct resolutions. We would update this budget over the next couple of weeks, and then the mayor would formally table his budget. Our goal is on November 11th. If council is satisfied with the budget and the mayor is satisfied with the budget, once he tables his budget, a 30-day period for council to make amendments takes effect. But because we've gone through the budget, and because we don't want to see any of those statutory deadlines occur over the holidays, we're hopeful that council would approve a motion to shorten their period for amendments from 30 to 10 days. So if today goes well, I'll have a report on next week's agenda for you to make that decision. That would then set us up to have a special council meeting on November 18th where you would consider the mayor's budget. We would review any changes that have happened to the budget since then. And we would review some of our external transfers as we do in previous years. The treasurer would review reports around the fee bylaw and the reserve policy. And by the end of that day, we would hope that all of council would be satisfied with the budget and the clock would just tick its way down to December 16th, at which point the budget would be deemed passed or deemed adopted by council, as there is no bylaws again for us to adopt the budget now under the strong mayor powers. As I mentioned last week when we tabled the budget, the one consequence of this timeline is community grants. So you won't be formally considering the community grant applications until January, but the budget provides the $56,000 as we traditionally have done. And as we've seen in the past, if the program is oversubscribed, council will usually whittle down on the applications to meet budget or just prorate everybody who's willing. So that's a general overview of how the process will work under strong mayor powers. More specific to this budget, in July, you gave us a target of 4%. The budget that staff are presenting is showing at a net 3.94%. And there's only one small change in today's budget agenda that we're asking for. That's a $10,000 for an engineering co-op. That might change that number. So you have the ability now to say that you're on your budget target, subject to any changes that you make today. I'm not going to speak over top of what Spencer's going to speak to, because he's going to give you a very detailed overview of the differences in the budget and what their main drivers are. But I do just want to point out for council a couple of kind of key things that I think are significant for this year. So we know that we have a high spend on staffing. That's directly correlated to the level of service that we provide in the community. So we have a very high level of service in our community, more commensurate to a community of around the 10,000 to 15,000 population. So it means we need a lot of staff. So each year you will have a significant budget change due to staffing, just in terms of cost of living increases and step increases. When you back that out, this year you will see that staff have reduced the operating budget by $214,000 just in efficiencies and budget trending. I think that's a very significant achievement by staff to say that they were able to go through their budgets line by line and find that level of savings for you. The unfortunate part is that we are now starting to reduce our budget to offset external transfers that are increasing. This year, you'll see that external transfers are increasing at a significant rate. Unique in this budget is this is the first year where policing is the largest external transfer. So policing alone is a more significant increase in all other external transfers that we have to provide. It has a $198,000 impact on your operating budget and a new $95,000 a year for 10 years cost on your capital budget. So in effect, policing is going up by almost $300,000 this year, which has not happened since the days of the OPP. So it's something to monitor, and it's something we don't really have a lot of control over except for disputing it, but our dispute mechanisms don't really provide us much ability to change it. In terms of the process today, so I'm not going to go much further in the overview of the budget because I did that last year, and I know I took all the words out of the treasurer's mouth. So I just wanted to just talk a little bit about housekeeping in terms of how we've asked the mayor to have the agenda flow today. So you'll see in the agenda that we will start with the capital budget. So similar to previous years, what we're asking for council to do is to go from top to bottom of the 79 capital projects. Staff will provide you a very brief overview of the capital budget, what we're trying to achieve and why it's in the budget. We don't need a resolution to approve everyone in the budget. If you'd like to withdraw something, we would like a resolution for you to say, please strike that from staff's budget, and then we'll note that and we'll make that change. We have one staff report that supports the capital budget, and that's Core 34. That supports project number 44, which is the downtown beautification plan. This report's in the agenda because it's the first time council has considered the downtown beautification plan. It's something that the BIA has considered and recommended, but we felt like council needs to have all of the information. So kind of our idea is that when you're deliberating project 44, you can rely on the information in the report, ask staff any of the questions that from the report that you need. Staff will probably provide a bit more of a detailed overview of the project just so you have it, but we won't formally consider the resolution related to the downtown beautification plan until we actually hit 5.1 in the agenda. 5.2 is all of our pre-budget considerations, so we'll have staff flag those that they want for pre-budget, but again, we won't consider it until we get to 5.2. When we move on to the operating budget, and I think council will see that the operating budget is pretty straightforward. There's no significant service level changes. There's no surprises in there that we haven't already spoken to council about. There is a staff report that I have under 7.1, and this is my annual commitment to council to explain all of the various staffing changes that are occurring in the budget, many of which have already been approved either at the council level or at the CAO level under my delegated authority. There is a slight mistake in my report. In my report, I had indicated that the part-time hours that facilities is looking for custodial at 3 hours per day was not included in the budget. It is actually included in your budget at 3.94%. So the only thing that we'd be actually seeking any sort of approval on would be the engineering co-op at $10,000, which I would offer would have a very minimal impact on your budget. So the plan is that we will go through the operating budget one by one. The staff who have made staffing changes in their proposed operating budget will explain that to you. So in the case of the Building and Development Department, they'll explain that they're asking for 3 more custodial hours and why. They'll explain that they're asking for more seasonal hours for cleaning the quarry and why. But we won't formally consider everything until we get to 7.1. Finally, there is a report just for your information on the public input that's been received through our public engagement on the budget. Again, it's just there for your information. We wanted to have that on the agenda so you're aware of what the public said in advance of the budget process. So if there's anything in there that moved you to make a change or ask a question about the budget, you would have the ability to do that. But once we get to that point in the agenda, we are expecting just to receive it for information because staff feel that we have incorporated the feedback into the budget where we felt appropriate, and some of the rest of it is just good FYI. So as we have in the past, I've mentioned to the mayor, budget process is usually a bit more of a working kind of meeting, and it's difficult for staff to know exactly what is direction and what is not. So if you truly would like a report back on something that is interesting to you in the budget or you have more questions on, we ask for a resolution on that so it's clear for us. Because if one councillor says, hey, I'd really like to know more about that, but the rest of council just doesn't really engage, it's hard for us to know if we have to report back or not, and we're turning things around very fast. And again, the other thing we would like resolutions for is anything that you'd like to withdraw from the capital budget or withdraw from the operating budget, just so again, so we can very clearly track it and create that public record when we table the mayor's budget in November. So that's the process overview. That's your general overview of the budget. I think it's probably best to pass it on to Spencer to give you some of his opening remarks on the budget, and we can take any general questions. And once we're done, then we'll just, the idea is we'll just get right into the capital budget.
Great, thanks, Brent. So through the mayor, I am privileged today to present an overview of staff's proposed 2026 budget. As Brent alluded to in his opening remarks, the budget before you is a culmination of the tireless efforts put forth by staff to diligently analyze their departments to meet council's target of a net levy increase of no more than 4%. My presentation will be consistent with prior years in order to maintain budget continuity and dissemination of information in a brief and concise manner. The PowerPoint in general terms is a summary of the budget binder before you. Next slide, please. So without further ado, the first item I'd like to walk council through are the major factors impacting the 2026 budget. A number of these will be familiar to council and are common themes from year to year. The largest of these items impacting the budget being wages and benefits at approximately $500,000. The main drivers of this increase being the cost of living adjustment at 1.92%, employee step increases, and the statutory and health benefit changes. Also included are a number of staffing changes which have been conveniently summarized in a report that Mr. Kidmer alluded to. The next largest increase at $198,000 relates to policing, which our CAO also alluded to, provided by the Stratford Police Services. This figure represents the town's share of their operating budget. As Mr. Kidmer noted, costs are escalating at a greater rate with a year-over-year budget increase sitting at 14%. And just note that this figure still needs to be finalized. External transfers, which represent the services from our outside partners, accounted for an increase of $189,000 or 1.21% of the levy increase. Similar to policing, these costs have been accelerating over the years and will continue to have a significant impact on the levy going forward. At this time, only the public health unit's budget has been confirmed, with the remaining outside partners providing to us reasonable estimates. So we don't foresee any major changes at this point. One item new to the chart is the debt relating to the purchase of 90 Carling Street. The purchase of 90 Carling Street earlier this year, and that corresponds to a 0.92% increase to the tax levy, or a net budget impact of $145,000. And as has been communicated to council, this represents a future development opportunity for the town. The next item is quite noteworthy, tax-funded operating and revenue and expenditure changes, which resulted in a decrease to the tax levy of 1.36%. And again, this is a testament to staff's commitment to reviewing their budgets in great detail and ensuring the numbers have been properly presented and reflected. There's not one specific revenue or expense item I can highlight. It is an accumulation throughout all departments. The final item on the chart to the left relates to the adopted practice of allocating the administrative charges, so those being IT, finance, HR, and the CAO and clerk, in the previous budget year. The $98,000 decrease reflects the amounts of costs shifted to the self-funded departments, those being water, wastewater, and landfill. So before service level changes, the net budget impact is sitting at $719,674, or a 4.58% tax levy impact. If we factor in the capital reserve increases, which has been based on a financing strategy adopted from our asset management plan, the net budget impact lands on $827,584, or 5.27%. Next slide, please. Looking at the next slide, we can see graphically what impact this levy has. On the first line, you'll note the increase in the tax levy from 2025 to 2026, being the 5.27% that I just alluded to. We factor in 2025 growth, so that being the supplemental tax billings, new builds added to the tax roll, which has been estimated at $200,000, and we're left with a net tax levy increase of 3.94%. Depicted below illustrates the burden, the tax burden on a medium residential dwelling, factoring in the wheelie bin and education tax, which is expected to remain the same. The overall impact to the property tax bill for the year equates to $170, which is pretty reasonable. Next slide, please. The next slide summarizes the administration allocation. I outlined a couple of slides ago. Again, the rationale behind this is to reflect the true cost of service to each of the departments and to shift expenses to those departments funded by outside sources like user fees, grants, and our partners. Staff feel this is an appropriate method of budgeting and accounting for the town, given it presents a more accurate representation of costs experienced by the departments and is consistent with the policies employed by our neighboring peers such as the county and city of Stratford. Next slide, please. This chart has been included for a number of years and is an interesting slide for our residents, depicting where the town's sources of revenue come from. Consistent with most municipalities, a majority of the town's revenue is derived from the tax levy, over half at 52%, followed by user fees at 27%. This again illustrates the unfortunate reality that any major increases to the budget will more than likely fall on the backs of our taxpayers. Next slide, please. So opposite to the previous slide, this slide details the breakdown of how our tax dollars are spent. Capital financing, representing our reserves and debt servicing costs, remains the largest recipient of tax dollars at 28%. A couple other categories to note include education at 8%. So this represents the education tax dollars received and then forwarded on to the local school boards. Health at 12%, which consists of the county EMS, hospital foundations, social services, which is paid to the city of Stratford as they're our consolidated municipal service manager, the Huron Public Health Unit, and Spruce Lodge. And then finally, I'd like to note policing and public works at 9% and 13% respectively. This slide comes from our asset management plan that was last updated in 2024 and serves as a reminder to council as to the estimated total infrastructure the town is responsible for currently. And that sits at approximately $443 million. Almost 60% of the assets are considered to be good or in very good condition. And this slide serves as a nice precursor to the next slide, which summarizes the 10-year capital plan. The top chart details and summarizes by department the expenditures by year over the next 10 years. You'll note that in 2026, it includes our 2025 carry forwards. One thing to keep in mind is that although St. Mary's may seem small, over the next 10 years, it is estimated there will be close to 86 million in expenditures, which again requires great forethought to ensure the town is financially capable of completing the projects. Below is a summary of those anticipated funding sources, with capital reserves being the main driver, followed by government grants and donations. Continuing with the 10-year plan, this chart outlines the ending reserve balances over the next decade. As you can see, our forecast remains fully funded over the next 10 years, with balances dipping in 2028, 2029, and then growing steadily back up until 2035, where they're expected to end with a balance of approximately $17.9 million. The previous treasurer did note in his presentation last year that the town may need to consider debt in 2028 or 2029. However, from a granting perspective, it can be advantageous to show that the town requires some level of assistance, i.e. not overstating our reserves, should grants become available. And we are starting to see more grants become available, especially for new housing. I should emphasize these are conservative estimates and therefore don't factor in possible grants other than those that we receive now. They don't reflect donations, surpluses, such as the surpluses from the self-funded departments, internal borrowing, etc. It's also possible that some of the scheduled projects and their timing are approximate, and therefore some of these projects could be deferred to future years if there isn't a need for them to be replaced. Again, for continuity purposes, I've included this chart to depict our total debt and annual repayments. In those latter years, you will see the town has considerably lower amounts of debt, and therefore will have the option to fund some of those projects and reserves on the previous slide. Just as a reminder for council, our annual repayment limit, which is legislated amount that an Ontario municipality can spend annually on debt principal and interest payments, calculated at 25% of net revenues, is $4.95 million. Today, you'll see in the budget binder, we're less than half of that, so we do have capacity to take on more debt if required in the future. And finally, this slide includes those items that are yet to be confirmed, which I alluded to. So shared services, final budgets still need to be confirmed, other than the public health unit. Stratford Police's final budget, Upper Thames, as well as the 2025 growth estimate, which will be known early in 2026. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions council may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Councilor Luna?
Thank you. Janet, are you able to go back to, there was one slide where it showed development charges, and I'm still not clear about development charges. And I know that I think there's new stuff coming about development charges and how they can be used, and can you just give me a 10-second? I thought there was like 17 million or something.
That was our reserves. Those were our reserves.
That was the total reserves, all the capital reserves. So for DC's, I don't have it in front of me. I believe it was sitting at
3.6 million.
One thing to note is that includes the 5 million on the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
This forecast. You'll see in 2026 that amounts to 7.2 million.
So there's 3.6 sitting in development charges? Is that what you're saying? Sorry?
There will be 3.6 million estimated in 2036 staying in development.
In 2036, okay. Okay.
Currently, we estimate it at end of 2026 to be around 7.2. So the difference from last year is the debt that we took out this year, the 5 million.
Okay. Just feels like a lot of money just sitting there. And can we use it better, or we're using it to its capacity? And we are. Okay. Okay, that's all I wanted.
Yeah,
Just to answer that for the public record, it's highly legislated, so you can only, in our background study, we would have identified various projects that we view as growth-related, and that should be funded by growth. So the library expansion's a good one. There's $1 million in development charges to fund any sort of expansion to library space. That's all you can use that money for. You can't, you can only use it for what you've said you're gonna use it for in your background study.
So could that be directed to 14 Church?
Yes, so that, I explained that when I did when we talked about the funding plan for 14 Church, that of the $4 million in capital that we think we have left, we've already got $1 million of it saved. And this budget provides, Mr. Moran, before he left, had recommended that we would, at worst case scenario, we would need to bear $150,000 in debt servicing in the future years. But we think that will improve through community grant fundraising and things like that. And what he has recommended is that we put $75,000 away one year and $75,000 away a future year to smooth out that operating impact so we don't notice it. And this budget provides for that because, as Mr. Steckley said, we're over-committing to capital reserves. So now we're saying let's just direct that into another capital reserve that we may use in the future, because the nice thing about your capital reserves is you have lots of flexibility with those. So you could put away for one thing in a capital reserve today, and if you change your mind in the future, you can put it into something different.
yeah, and I mean, there has been a lot of discussion at the provincial level about changes coming to development charges, but we've yet to see it happen yet. So to your point, I think there'll be some things coming from staff in the future, just to clarify, because it's kind of unknown right now. Councilor Pridham?
Thank you, through your worship. There was a chart that had 52% of the tax levy being paid by residents, and that was for last year. Is that the prediction for this year? And I guess my thought on that is how much of a change year over year, because of the downloads that we're receiving from upper levels of government, how much of a percentage change is that for the residents as the taxes keep going up? And it's not a question to be answered now, but it's something to think about for next year, so we can see a year's running and we can see how that change is affecting our residents and taxpayers.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah.
If I may, through the mayor, the percentage, I believe it was a percentage decrease. I believe last year's was 54%, if I'm not mistaken. So it's usually pretty consistent year to year, barring any large changes. So.
And a lot of, respectfully, a lot of the downloads occur in staffing and additional responsibilities, so they don't necessarily come out as hard numbers. Part of the growth, the most recent one being the elimination of so-called nuisance that we talked about the other night about investigation and stuff. So that's something that's hard to quantify because someone will have to pick up time. Yeah.
Thank you. And those downloads affect the external transfers greatly. When you think about EMS and Spruce Lodge and the health units, and we can't control that at all, so.
That's a good point. Thank you. Councilor Craigmile?
Thank you, Worship. I had two questions, Spencer, and the first one was related to the external transfers, and it's really dealing with Upper Thames. Because I know that they have their operating budget, but then because we are a benefiting community from the dams and whatnot, the amount spent on capital for any repairs, our amount goes up and down annually. So is that all included in there, which would be their operating plus anything we had to spend on capital? Because the capital could be $50,000 more than it was last year or whatever, depending on what repairs we do.
Through the mayor, yes, our estimate does include both capital and operating. I believe this was a change enacted by the previous treasurer in the previous year. And it's something we've also incorporated into our reserve transfers. I know Mr. Moran was talking about including around $200,000 for those non-traditional capital items. And we've once again included those this year for instances such as those capital items that aren't necessarily our capital items, but that we are budgeting for.
Because that number to council could be very important when you're looking at, could be a big increase, not a big increase in operating costs, a big increase on the capital side. You know, it could be flood wall, anything, because we're benefiting.
Right.
So anyways, that's all I wanted to bring up there. And my second question was, the tax operating revenue expenditure, seems like what you've said here is that everybody diligently worked and everybody found efficiencies. Just off the top of your head, was there any business core centers that couldn't find any efficiencies, or was it everyone? I mean, I can probably guess at that when I look at the summaries, but
Like I stated through the mayor, it was a combination of all the departments. I can't pinpoint to exactly one department that accounted for a majority of it. But like I said, I personally went through each of the budget lines, evaluated the different trends for the different years, and then discussed it with the department heads to come up with a reasonable forecast, so.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Councilor Reddy?
Thank you, through your worship. Just for clarification, because I use this in my own calculations, but we're 157,000 is 1 point. Is that correct? Is that about right?
Yeah, thereabouts. I think it's around 160,000.
Okay, anything further? Okay, any questions about process or anything anyone wants to clarify in terms of how we go forward? I would like to ask, just so we get clarification, if there is a resolution, you want something pulled, if you would put it in writing, please, just so staff can trace it. And it's easier that way, if you don't mind. I have sheets here to write things down, just to, so everyone's clear on what they're asking for. It'll just make it easier for myself and Jenna in managing the meeting. And Mr. Kittmer, is there anything else before we start? Okay. So then we'll jump right into the budget. Spencer, do you want to just introduce or see where? Start right into capital. Number one, is there anything else, Spencer? I'm sorry that we missed, or?
Oh, no, I
Okay.
don't believe so, no.
So if everyone's okay, we'll start at number one and go down the line. At item number 44, there is a report attached, just for clarifications, because it's new information that we haven't received. So staff's prepared a report to go along with it, just so everyone understands. So we'll just flip through the budget capital items as we have in the past, if everyone's okay with that procedurally-wise. Okay, any questions? No? Okay, then we'll start with the first item number is the cemetery management solutions. We'll just go down the list.
Okay, so thank you, Worship. So just in terms of format, as the mayor said, we are going to go 1 to 79 on these. Because we've provided our detailed capital sheet, staff will just provide, like I said, a very brief overview, just in, as we have in the past, just to respect time. And you'll see a mix of staff members presenting. So the SMT have their SLT members also queued up to speak to some projects. So the first one is our cemetery management solution, and we'll defer to our clerk to explain that project.
Thank you, Mr. Kittmer. So council, this is a request for $20,000. It's to support the ongoing work that Public Works has been doing with the cemetery master plan. We're looking to enhance the electronic records that belong to the corporation. Some of those records include sales of plots assignments, as well as burial permits. Some of those records are permanent for the municipality, so we're just trying to provide extra privacy and protection around them to make sure that they become lifelong records. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions with regards to this project? Okay, I'll just look for a head nodding, move on. Okay, if everyone's okay, move on to number 2, which is administration. Mr. Kittmer, please.
Yes, so thank you, Worship. So I'm presenting this really on behalf of the police service. So this is a new budget ask that we weren't aware of. So just so that council's aware, this will have a material impact on our policing reserve that we'll have to manage over the next few years, because this is an annual commitment of $95,000. So the Stratford Police have entered into a 10-year contract for what I understand to be a gross of $7 million. And it's with a contractor who provides various safety equipment for the officers, so things like body cameras, tasers, and I believe their body armor as well. So this is our share of that contract at 8%. Our policing contract with the City of Stratford sets out that St. Mary's is fully responsible for all costs of policing in St. Mary's, and that Stratford would not subsidize it in any way. So this is why we're being allocated this amount.
Okay, questions with regards to this item? Councillor Edney?
Thank you, through your worship. This is a fully predetermined solid amount. It's not negotiable. There's a contract in place, and we're paying our portion of it.
That's what I understand from the chief of police, is that they believe that their tenure, they signed a 10-year contract, that it has a fixed gross amount, and that this will be our annual contribution.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Everyone okay? Okay, move on to item 3, which is hockey supply vending machine, and that would be Miss Ishii. Just 1 second, please.
We also have Jo on the line here. She's also going to speak to it, but I can start it off. So we have here a hockey vending machine for the PRC. We had a hot vending machine that was at the PRC that was not very successful, so we're removing that. And in place, we are looking to supply a hockey vending machine for sports equipment for individuals when they're there that they can't get. This would be a partnership with a local business that we're looking at providing tape, just individual mouth guards, things like that for people that need it when they're at the arena. Sorry, Jo, did you want to just add something in here really quick?
No, I think you covered most of it, but happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council? Councillor Pridham?
Well, that little bit of information helped me out a lot because I didn't realize you were locally sourcing them. I thought it was some sort of company that was coming in and supplying, and we were removing the opportunity from local businesses to supply that sort of thing. So my understanding is it's coming from local businesses. Is that correct?
So we would source the, sorry, Jo, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pridham. So the machine in the image that's been referenced is one example of the type of service that can be provided. The machine itself is not sourced locally, but the contractor that is shown in this capital sheet, Howie's Hockey Products, is sold by local vendors within the town, and we are welcome and within the terms of the agreement that's been presented to the town of St. Mary's by Howie's Hockey Products would be to fill the device with products that are sourced locally. So they require that it is their brand, but there are local companies that provide that brand. So we are hopeful that we would be able to partner on that.
Yeah, my other concern was, really just taking the business away from downtown and the need for such a machine when, I feel it's kind of the parents' responsibility to make sure their kids are supplied. And it's a service level increase, something we've never done before. So I was really thinking, why is it necessary? That was my landing thought on it. I don't know if anyone else on council is feeling the same, because there's no point in going through a resolution to have it turned down, so.
Councillor Craigmile?
Thank you, Your Worship. So Stephanie, I haven't seen one of these in any of the other arenas that I've been in, so can you tell me where one is?
So let me speak to this as a resident's perspective and as a hockey coach's perspective. When you have a player that shows up without a mouth guard 10 minutes before a game, and it's 8 o'clock, and Dunnies is closed, and Canadian Tire is closed, and you have to tell that kid that they can't play and then deal with their parents, it's not a fun experience. This is becoming more and more common, as these folks have said. The Brant Sports Park, which is one of the nicest and most modern arenas around, is a place where they have a prime example of this. They also have a Pro Shop Plus this just to make sure that they're properly covered. So I think this, for your hockey and your ice sports community, I think this would be a welcome add to the PRC. provided that, I think as Stephanie will explain, we can reduce the cost of the purchase of the vending machine by the sale of the old one. It's think of it as a nice ad. We're trying to do more and more to support our ice sports at the arena, and I think this would be a really nice ad. And sourcing all the material from Dunnies or from Canadian Tire and just supplying it and marking it up a little bit is a great way to support local business as well.
Joanna, was there anything else you wanted to add about the machine in your experience?
I was going to just highlight a more local example. Another twin pad, the municipality of Middlesex Center does have one of these vending machines at the Komoko Wellness Center. And the Howie's provider that we've been in contact with has given us some sample information of what we could expect sales to be based on a busy twin pad, which I think it's safe to say that our PRC is, with most primetime ice sold months in advance. So we can anticipate that it will be a well-used product based on their anecdotal evidence.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council? Councilor Lucas? Yeah.
Thank you, through the mayor. I guess, just to chime in here, I guess, is there a business plan then that we have established with a local provider? Like, do we get a certain amount of the revenue, or we just provide the machine and somebody stocks it? I guess that's my, I'm indifferent to it, and I do support it. I'm just curious on the business model of it.
I'm not sure if Joe wants to respond or you'd like me to. So no, we currently, this was our exploration. We've done some research before we move any further. We wanted to get approval from council, or, you know, the thought process. There would be an agreement made very similar to what we do with anything that we purchase. Another example that I could use would be our T-shirts that we bought locally that we sold at the quarry for the past couple of summers. The exact same type of model would be in play. We would have an agreement with them, we would purchase it from them, and we would sell them for a little bit of a markup.
Okay. Further questions? Councilor Pridham?
Thank you. I heard the CAO say it's kind of contingent on the sale of the other beverage machine, or the beverage machine, at $8,000. So does this not proceed if you don't get $8,000?
So that's definitely the way the sheet has been written, correct? The vending machine, the hot vending machine has not sold at this time. We have been trying to sell it and have not had any success at this moment, so we are still working through that process. So it's part of this right now.
Okay, anything further on this point? Okay to move ahead? Okay, thank you. Item number 4, community services, the replacement of the hot water tank. Mr. Lapointe is lead this one?
Yeah.
Yep. Is everybody able to hear me and see me okay?
Yeah, good, Doug, thank you.
Okay. This is for the replacement of 3 commercial grade hot water tanks that are over 10 years of age, that are used for hot water in the rock rink change room sinks, as well as the lobby washrooms and the sinks in the pool change rooms.
Okay, questions? Is everyone okay with this one? Okay, thank you. Number 5, please.
This is for the replacement of the VCT or wax tile in the community center washrooms, which are quite old and they're cracking and beginning to come apart. So we're requesting $10,000 to replace it with an alternative washroom floor that's suitable for better cleaning and sanitization practices.
Okay. Questions with regards to this project? Okay, thank you. Number 6, please.
Number 6 is to replace the protective spectator netting around both ice pads. It's recommended that you do it within, actually they say 5 to 7 years as a best practice. We've done some testing to ensure that it continued to be safe up to this point, and now we're recommending it be replaced in the summer of 2026 on both pads and replaced with new.
Questions about this project? Everyone okay? Okay, number 7, please.
Number 7 is to repair a seam along the metal roof, which spans the entire length of the blue pad, pretty much right above center ice. There's been many spot repairs over the years, and it's now at the point where we need to actually do a little bit more significant work to properly restore the roof. And we would expect to see the life of the roof extended by many years because the steel itself is actually in good shape.
Okay, questions on this project? Okay, everyone okay? Okay, number 8, please.
Number 8 is for the replacement of the flat roof above the Friendship Center, which has all the mechanical equipment on it, very similar to the roof system we replaced above the aquatics change rooms a couple years ago. We're not talking about the green steel roof as you drive into the parking lot. It's still in decent shape and can be left for a few years. And the flat roof, we would be looking at trying to get the work done in the spring of 2026, which is generally accepted as going to be cheaper and will have better availability of contractors rather than waiting for summer.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Luna?
Thank you, Worship. I guess it's for Stephanie. Do you anticipate any interruption in services at the Friendship Center when this is being done, or no?
Right, there will be no interruption at that time.
Okay, thank you. Further questions with regard to the roof repair? Okay, everyone okay? Item 9, please.
Item 9 is for the replacement of a couple systems of exit doors exiting the blue pad. We've got probably building settling has adjusted the door frames and the doors, which is starting to make them difficult to open. It obviously has safety concerns attached to that, and so we would be looking at replacing the doors and the frames in a couple of those locations.
Okay, questions with regards to this repair? Okay, item number 10, please.
Item number 10 is we're looking at beginning to replace some of the older change room doors in the arena, as well as some of the washrooms and doors going out into the stands. Some of the doors are new to 2006 when the building was twinned, and some of them are quite a bit older than that. So we would do this in a phased approach where we would begin with the most obvious doors in need of replacement and just work our way through basically upgrade to the life cycle plan for that.
Okay, anything further? Questions? Okay, and as noted, this is part of the assessment that we've done at the PRC, some of the ongoing repairs. So this is the money we spent, again, is telling us to keep up in our asset management plan, which is quite useful. Okay, thank you. Item number 11, please.
Item number 11, same thing, captured in the building condition assessment, is the replacement of the sump system below the elevator. We have a pit down there that contains some pretty important equipment for the elevator, and these are to protect it from flooding.
Questions with regards to this item? Everyone okay? Item number 12, please.
Number 12 is for the replacement of some exhaust fans that are above the washrooms in the lobby, the community center, and the end zone area. They're quite a bit smaller than the ones that we are looking at replacing for this year. And so the cost is a little bit less than what we had asked for previously, but there's more of them.
Okay, questions with regards to this item? Everyone okay? Okay, item 13, please.
Item 13 is an upgrade to our building automations control software. The software was originally introduced 18 years ago, and that's actually quite a long time for a computer software program of any sort. The current controllers that we have that are monitoring things such as exhaust fans, water recirculating pumps, and the like, the controllers themselves have become obsolete. So if there were any issues, we would be looking at some expensive emergent repairs, and we're just looking at staying ahead of that by replacing it proactively.
Okay, questions on this item? Everyone okay? All right, 14, please.
14 is the replacement of soccer frames at DCVI High School. Even though it's DCVI property, we champion all the programming there in the summertime. And just from the capture of the photo on this sheet, it's become obvious that the frames are starting to get worn and bent.
Okay, questions regarding this item? Everyone okay? Right, 15, please.
15 is for an upgrade to it's called a couple different things. Some people refer to it as the tuck shop. Some people refer to it as the welcome area as soon as you enter into the Friendship Center. The area itself, while greatly utilized as it is, could be better utilized by removing some barriers for mobility, as well as the installation of cubbies. We have a lot of fitness patrons and other program patrons that need somewhere to put their personal belongings while they're using programs at the Friendship Center.
Okay. Questions with regards to this item? Councillor Alward?
Thanks, Your Worship. What are the barriers to mobility as it exists now? I didn't really understand any prior to now.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Allworth, we continue to constantly evaluate accessibility barriers. And so I work with Jenny Makita quite a bit on where the hot points are. And this one is probably the biggest choke point for accessing the Friendship Center when there are people who have mobility scooters or mobility issues. And so to be able to open up the lobby foyer area of the Friendship Center is a good step to improving that. There are other notes in our building condition assessments of things we can do to improve accessibility. And so further steps regarding that will be added to our life cycle plans down the road for other areas.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, anything further on this item? Everyone okay? Okay, 16, please.
16 is for restoration of some concrete where the Zamboni primarily travels off the ice pads into where we dump the snow, as well as going outside. This is common to all indoor ice arenas. Over the years, you have to do some significant maintenance to the concrete. The alternative to not doing it is actual failure of the concrete and be much more expensive.
Okay, questions about this item? Okay, everyone okay? Okay, item 17, please.
Item 17 is repainting the ceilings and the ductwork in the arena change rooms. It's one of those things that people hardly ever notice when it's good, bad, or indifferent. But once you do it, it certainly makes a big difference. So we're looking at just doing cleanup of our high-level spots in both change rooms, and we would be doing this while the ice was out for the summer.
Okay, questions? Everyone okay? 18, please.
18 is for some maintenance to our exterior walls. It was noted in the building condition assessment that we have some areas where there's signs of moisture penetration or bricks that are becoming weathered. And so we would be looking at sort of a triage approach just to go through and make sure that we get things back into good shape. And we would probably be asking for some funds over the coming years to do this periodically, but at this point, there's no concerns for an overall failure of any structural components.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, 19, please.
19, same thing, referenced in the building condition assessment. This is the wood ceilings as you're walking in entrances B, C, and D, where our main entrances are. Looking at replacing it before it becomes an issue. We do have some water damage in some areas, and we're just looking at replacing it before things start to fail.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or concerns this item? Okay. Item number 20, please.
20, Steph can speak to this if she wants to. I think she was planning on it.
So this is the replacement of the additional nets at the pickleball court. We purchased the 4 last year, but because of the price, we only purchased the 4 where the Rec Culture and Leisure Master Plan spoke to 8. So this is the remainder purchase of the other 4 nets.
Any questions with regards to this item? Politically charged, no one wants to talk? Everyone okay with this one? Stephanie, just how have they worked out? Because I understand there were some problems in the beginning.
There were a few challenges in the beginning. They've worked out exceptionally well. People have been moving them around. They're sometimes there in place, they're moved off to the side. They've been very well received. The Pickleball Club has been very happy, very, very happy with its use.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, everyone okay with this one? Okay, item 21. I believe Doug can handle this, please. Yeah.
Item 21 is to do some work on the plumbing in the existing, the new and old arena, the change rooms, and some of the washrooms. We're looking at replacing some shutoff valves, some shower parts, things of that nature. The hard water that St. Mary's is known to have makes this kind of work necessary. So we're going to take kind of a phased approach and look after what we need to.
Okay, thank you. Questions about this? Everyone okay? Okay. Item 22, please.
Item number 22 reflects an increase in programming at Meadow Ridge soccer fields. We now have 2 almost full-size fields down there for basically early teenager soccer. And what's happened as a consequence is we do have a pond behind this south goal nets, and soccer balls can get into the wetlands area, and we want to prevent people from having to go in there to retrieve soccer balls. So we would install backstop fencing to prevent that.
Okay, questions from council? Okay. Councilor Craigmile?
Thank you. So Doug, the fencing, well, there's no doubt they'll kick balls over the fence, so there'll still be an access point in the fencing for them to be able to retrieve? They'll go all the way to the end and around, or they'll just be climbing over it?
Through your worship to Councillor Craigmile, the existing fencing around the pond would remain and be maintained either through myself or Public Works. This fencing would be set back from the nets, but before that fence, and it would be, I believe it would be 16 feet high by 60 feet wide behind each net, just to prevent 95% of the balls that would go into the pond, and the current existing fence that's there would collect the other 5% theoretically.
Thank you, I misunderstood. I thought you were replacing some of that fence, so, okay, very
Okay,
good.
thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Any further questions? Everyone okay with that? Okay. 23, please.
23, as outlined in the building condition assessment, is a roof drain pipe that expands across the surface of the rock rink ice surface. It has had leaks in the past, which has created service disruptions. Luckily, the leaks have been few and far between, but the pipe is at an age now where we should look at it getting replaced. And we would actually look at relocating the path of travel for the water so that it does not go all the way across the ice and actually just goes to the outside wall. With this project, it is of note that we would have to do a full asbestos abatement practice. So the entire area would be shut down and the pipe would be removed in accordance with all of those practices. We don't know if there's asbestos contained in the pipe. The pipe as it currently sits right now is perfectly safe. If it were to fall off the roof, that would be a concern. However, right now, everything's in good working order, but we have to take all of those precautions because there could be asbestos contained in the pipe, and the age of the pipe tells us that it may not be properly labeled. So we just have to take those precautionary measures. And so we would do this when the ice was out during the summer.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Everyone okay? Okay, item number 24.
Item number 24, you've probably heard me speak about these before. These are starter blocks for the PRC pool. We actually decided to defer this by 1 year based on the timelines of the pool project that's ongoing. And so we would be asking to add these as part of the capital plan 2026. We've taken it out of consideration for 2025, and this would allow us to host sanctioned swim meets for high schools or swim clubs of that nature, and they would be portable, so we'd be able to put them in, take them out when they're not needed. We still do have the Middlesex Swim Club that can't wait to get back and get going again, and they would utilize these on a regular basis.
Okay, questions about this item? Counselor Lucas?
Thank you, through the mayor. Doug, can you just explain to me then, I didn't realize, that they were portable, but is there something that gets done now while the pool is shut down to accommodate this? Or is that, they're that portable that they're not anchored, or they just stand there?
Through your worship to Councilor Lucas, there's collars in the pool deck floor. So there were starter blocks before that we had to decommission due to their condition, and the new ones would be replaced and just go into the existing collars. The only difference right now is we would not be able to have any sanctioned swim meets without them, but they could still fully use the pool. But we've had the collars inspected and they're in okay shape to reuse.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on this note? Everyone okay? Item 25, please.
Item 25 is to add a couple of additional speakers to the Rock Rink sound system in a couple of dead zones. The speakers that we have now are great on the far side where the 1,000 people sit and watch a Lincolns game. On the opposite side by the benches, there's really no speakers there at all, so we would add speakers just for additional coverage.
Okay. Questions with regards to this item? Councilor Lucas?
Thank you. I just, I had it written down, will it sound better? I've never found that the acoustics at the Rock Rink worked hardly at all, so is this will extra speakers help the acoustics for us, or maybe we can turn down the volume because we have more? Is that kind of the thought?
The thought is the two new speakers would be better quality than the speakers that are there, and then we would look at strategically upgrading as we found it still wasn't good enough if we have the funds to do so. So the speakers we get will be compatible with all our existing infrastructure. They would not be the same brand. They would be a better quality speaker. So it could be the beginning of good things to come. Unfortunately, speaker systems were compared to other facilities. The Komoka Kings Junior B facility probably has the best sound system in the league, but they also have Olympic gold medalist skating club participants there that helped fundraise for that, and sound systems can be well in excess of $100,000 from top to bottom. So this is a good alternative to sort of see what we can do to improve what's there, and then hopefully it's a seed to grow to great things in the future, because I do agree our sound system is probably the bare minimum. It was installed when the building was twinned. It's the same sound system on the Blue Rink. It's just obviously we expect more out of a Junior B facility.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Everyone okay with this one? Okay, item number 26, with regards to Baseball Fame. Stephanie, please.
Okay, number 26 is for the condition assessment for the Baseball Hall of Fame. So this is a partnership project with the Baseball Hall of Fame to do a condition assessment of what exactly is on the lands, how everything is, how all of the condition is with the equipment. So we actually know, because we don't know necessarily. When the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame does come to present their presentation in November, they will also speak to this because it was a partnership project that we were looking to do with them.
Okay, questions with regards to this item? Councilor Craig Mao?
Thank you very much. So Stephanie, when this is done, is this like a starting point for some sort of like asset management plan for moving forward?
That's exactly what it is. So right now, it's just like our condition assessment from the PRC, the exact same philosophy, correct?
Okay, any questions? Okay, moving on to facilities, please. So what we'll do is probably go till about 10:30 and then take a break, if everyone's okay with that. Okay, well, we won't get through all of Grant's, because you have a very large list here, Grant. We're gonna get through them all, but, yeah.
We might be able to get through it pretty quick, Your Worship.
All right, thanks.
Project number 27, basically replacing or redoing both sets of front stairs, taking it off just as we did similar to the library stairs, where we're redoing basically the foundation of it, pulling off all all of the stone veneer, reusing what we can. Part of the goal with this project was also to put heat, either electricity in the stairs to help minimize some of the salt use that we have on that. So we are taking a look at some of those as we go through this process.
Okay. Questions? Councilor Luna?
Thank you, Worship. And the appearance of the stairs will remain the same, like?
That is correct. It's going to have the same look and feel as it does today. They will be in better shape. Again, very similar to what we did for the library stairs for there.
Okay. Councilor Craigmile?
Once you get started on this project, if it's approved, there's probably a pretty good chance that when you start removing some stone, you're gonna find a lot of crumbling in the base and whatnot, and probably need drainage and things like that. Is that all, that's what you're thinking to improve the situation?
Through your worship to Councilor Craigmile, yes, that is correct. Our biggest, or my biggest, not fear, but consideration is for what we call the back steps, because of how it ties into that retaining wall as well. What are we going to kind of get into when we get into those areas? Yes, there's going to be some crumbling. There's going to be, and that's why we're basically dissecting the stairs, so to speak, putting a proper foundation within the stairs to help it, to give it that life expectancy that we're looking for, and then putting on, reapplying the stone as we can, and then sourcing new stone as we need to for this project.
Okay. Further questions? We're okay with this one? 28, please.
Thank you. Project number 28 is the Town Hall Auditorium repainting, repainting that space. There will be consultation with the user groups prior to any painting to make sure that the colors do. It's interesting how much of a small detail it is, but how much it does get people kind of discussion. Like when we did this like when we did this space here, the amount of discussion went into color itself more than the layout and more of those items that we did. But that to me is a very important piece to make sure that we have buy-in from our community groups on that space.
Okay. Questions with regard to this one? You meant that as a positive, the what colors?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, everyone okay with this one? Okay, next, please.
Thank you, Worship. Next one is, so one of the challenges that we are having with the Lynn Sportsplex during the summer is because of how great of a job Steph and her team are doing down there, how they're getting all the people. It is quite the impact on basically the facility itself. So one of the things that we're looking at doing, how do we create a change room area outside the space? So that's what we're providing here. Similar to what you see at a campground. And then in the summer or in the non-season, we could use it as storage for things from the quarry as well. But just a straight up simple change room to see if that will help with some of the impact within the building.
Okay. Questions, Councilor Alward?
Sorry, maybe I'm missing it. Whereabouts are you putting them? Outside?
So through your worship, Councilor Elward, it is going to be outside. It is going to be closer to where the existing shed is now on the east side of the quarry, basically where the one storage shed is now, kind of co-located in with that area.
Okay, anything further on this one? Okay, item 30, please.
Project 30, so there's been lots of discussion on some of the things that's kind of happening down at the MOC as far as what do we do with yard waste? How does yard waste work? How do we start to secure the space? Because there have been things that have been going missing. How do we control the space to make sure that as the fleet's going to grow, it's going to grow fairly quickly here, I think, and some decisions council's going to be making coming up here. Vehicles are going to have to be parked outside. So what we want to do is secure the spot. So there's basically two fences going in there. One fence probably to the left-hand side of the picture, between the salt shed and the Public Works building. That will eventually change as the yard storage gets relocated. It'll probably tie into the swim pond on the other side. But what we want is create that security today to be able so we can park those vehicles outside and have proper security within that compound, because things are being stolen and people are within the area that shouldn't be. So
Questions? This one's been talked about for a while, so everyone okay with this one? Okay, 31, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Project number 31 has to deal with, basically, it's a heating system, or actually, it's an air conditioning system that is getting put within the office space. Just because of the temperatures that does get in there, it's almost unbearable for staff to be working in there during that time.
Okay, any questions or concerns with this project? Okay, 32, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Project number 30 deals with extending the storm sewer from Church Street north further south to help take up stormwater from both the library as well as 14 Church Street itself, so 15 and 14. One of the projects that we did approve last year was to help deal with the basement and some of the challenges that we're having with the basement at 15 Church, the library. So one of the things, what our goal is how do we deal with the stormwater that's coming off the building from 14 Church, tied into a storm sewer, and then tied in from 15 Church as well, and deal with that storm water instead of pushing it. So 14 Church now goes down the alley. And causes some challenges downstream, depending on the size of the vent we get. But the other part of it is we want to capture the water, pull the water from 15 Church within that storm system.
Councilor Pridham?
Thank you. Would there be some sort of backflow prevention in case we get a big, huge water surge and the system backs up?
Councilor Pridham, for your worship, Councilor Pridham, typically we don't on our storm systems. Typically, we want that free flowing to allow that to be backing up. So both of these are not going inside the building, they are going outside the building. So if there is a surge, it will come up through that infrastructure onto the yard, not into the building itself, so there won't be that backup within the facility itself. They'll be outside the facility. So we'll tie in the sub pumps indirectly to the storm service. Again, if there is a backup or a surcharge, it will discharge into the yard, but not into the building.
Okay, further questions? Councilor Craigmile?
Thank you, Worship. So Grant, if you put the system across and you be able to take stormwater even from the library, may come in handy down years if you needed to take water when you had to redo the stone wall out front, or you might even be able to use it for what you're doing at the steps going into the back steps going into the, is that possible?
Through your worship to Councilor Craigmile, correct. That's one of the thoughts that we're having is problems with the stone wall itself, because there are some surcharges of water, because we're not sure where entirely the water is going. So then we'll take that water and not place it against the wall or within that yard area above by the library, and put into the storm system and deal with it properly.
Yeah, therefore getting this done is very important for future.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Everyone okay with this one? 33, please.
Project 32.
Oh, 30.
Project 33. Basically, there is one door that is left. I'm not sure why it was left up to this point, but when you deal with constraints and budgets and stuff like that, we want to get, so this would be the last piece of probably infrastructure, even though there is some windows in there that probably need to be replaced within the next 3 to 5 years. But there is one door that is left to be changed down to Lombard 80 Water Street.
Okay. Questions? Everyone okay? All right, 34, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Project 34 deals with the rubber flooring at the Lynn Sportsplex. Again, some of the challenges that we're having, it is starting to pull back from the wall. We are finding moisture between the rubber flooring and underneath the product itself. The reason the rubber flooring is there is because for slip and trip during the summer season, when patrons are coming in with their wet feet. And so it is end of life, and we want to change that out to help protect that. So,
Okay. Questions on this one? Everyone okay? Okay. 35, please.
Project 35 deals with the installation or construction of a fire separation between what we call probably the TD bank and the building itself. During those renovations, there was not a proper fire separation put in that space. So what we're asking for, the proper fire separation, it's got to be done either now or later. And what we'd like to do it now because, again, if there is an event that would cause either on either side, it would protect either side of the building, so.
Questions, comments? Everyone okay with this one? Okay, 36, please.
Project 36, again, deals with 14 Church Street. We are submitting money to, or submitting this budget sheet or project sheet for the capital for architectural fees to start with on the front facade of the building. Again, when we talked about the windows and the window replacement, when we talk about the next project, 37, it ties into those two, that where we need this here work done prior to going to tender. And then next one will be going to the tender for the front facade of the building, which is all the windows and doors within that front space.
Okay, questions, comments? Okay, 37, please.
So 37 has to deal with the window replacement themselves. So all the windows, they would get replaced at this time. It is one of those projects that we kind of talked about, when is the right time? And I think when A-Link was here, they talked about how do we do that? We as staff would prefer to move forward on it today because of, let's do it today and let's get it to the point where it will lessen the impact when we do the construction of the entire space during that time. So let's take a look at, let's do it now while we do have that time. And that's why you see it in front of you today.
Okay, questions, comments? Everyone okay? Councilor Lucas, sorry.
Thank you, through the mayor. Just, is that replacing existing windows that are there, or are we looking at adding windows to spots that used to be windows?
So, sorry, through your worship to Councilor Lucas, two things. Replacing all the windows that you see today, but also adding 8 windows to where windows used to be. So when you take a look at what we call the stone portion of 14 Church, we have the red brick, then we have the stone portion to the north. We had to replace all those windows and reconstitute all those windows that we saw, that we have there. If you take a look at it, you can see the front where the windows used to be. So in short, yes, to replace windows that are not there today.
Councilor Britton?
Thank you. You're doing the engineered drawings, like the drawings that would allow it to be shelf-ready for grants. Is there something in the works for applying for grants, or are we just going to go ahead and fund this all ourselves?
So the intent today is to fund it all ourselves. But as we are looking for grants, I know that through the CAO, there are grants that we are looking for that project. It has to deal, can it deal with the entire project itself? It can, but typically, specifically, if we can find a grant for this project here, we would take a look at that. But the way we have it presented today, it comes from the capital reserve.
I'm just also thinking about like energy savings grants, that sort of thing. If there's anything out there for municipally owned buildings that, you're replacing windows and doors, is there some advantage there that we can take a look at?
Through your worship, the council, those are all things that we are looking at during this time. So if we do find something, we'll definitely access that grant if there was one available.
Further questions, comments? You okay to move ahead on this one? Okay, 38, please.
38. So as Mr. Kittmer brought this project, or tipped us, he brought a report to the last council meeting regarding this project, regarding the flats and some of the things that are happening there. There is lots of things that are outside that we put all on the list. You won't see any other project down the flats from any other staff member. This is the whole list, even though some lies with facilities, some lies with public works, some lies with community services. But this is the list of what we're looking to replace or reconstitute down at the flats within that project that Mr. Kittner talked about last time.
Questions, comments? Councilor Pridham?
This one, we don't know as council, we haven't seen a design for the pavilion or a location or anything like that. So we're just blindly approving a number, and then how do we know what's going to be happening there?
It would take a similar path that we take with any other project. So we can bring a report back to talk about, hey, this is what the building's going to look like. This is what staff's recommendation is. We have no problem doing that, to say this is the location of where we think it needs to be. This is what we think we want to take a look at. And we can do that. Typically, we do that at time of RFP. If council wants to see that well beforehand, I had no problems bringing that forward, what that may look like prior to us going to RFP.
Councilor Linda? Yeah.
Just going to say that
Councilor, yeah.
Thank you, Worship. I guess where I'm coming from with Milt Dunnell, I'm not convinced baseball should remain there. And I just want to know if we've looked at the north end, is there room up there to put baseball fields? Or I see a better use of that island in the middle there than baseball, but that's just my opinion. And I'm just wondering if somebody can answer that for me.
Maybe the CAO.
Yeah, I would say that your recreation master plan talks to this, and the most logical place of the recreation master plan makes a recommendation for a sports park is our lands on Given Road, but the cost is significant, and the timeline, I say, is also significant. We are likely 5 to 10 years away, so Milt Dunnell Field has the most accessible baseball diamonds for us to relocate from Eastward Park to. And what I would offer is that I think that baseball is super important in Canada right now for many reasons, but very important in our town. One of the things that I've always liked about, kind of the poeticism of it being down at Milt Dunnell is that some of the very first baseball games in St. Mary's were played at Milt Dunnell Field on a regular basis, so that park is steeped in baseball history. And that's why I would always encourage council to think about that in terms of it being a really good baseball facility. And I've kind of maintained that mantra through the last year, as I've heard from people saying that baseball's not appropriate there, it's too wet, there's too many geese. But I'm of the age that I remember going to baseball tournaments down there as a kid all of the time, that many of my peers played a lot of their baseball there, that park really is steeped in the history of baseball. So for the time being, I think it's your most cost-effective option to offer baseball services until we're ready and we reach the point in growth in terms of, say, racket sports and soccer and baseball itself, where we can go and construct a proper full park out in the industrial area of Given Road.
Okay.
That's just my opinion. So,
Councilor Craigmile?
Thank you, Worship. Just a follow-up to previous councilor's question about where the might go. I would believe with Upper Thames, you'd have to use exactly the same footprint where the current shed is now.
So Your Worship, Councilor Craigmile, so some of the discussions, even though they are a little stale dated, when we started talking about location of the flats, or some of that flats project, in conversations with their CAO and their staff, it was always a one-for-one exchange. So if we're gonna relocate or remove something, or we're gonna shift something over, or kind of relocate it, it was not increasing the square footage, but keeping that same square footage, and we could move it within that area as we felt fit. Is there gonna be some dialogue back and forth with them? Yes. Maybe their opinions change now, because it was probably 2 or 3 years ago at least that we did talk about this, and may have changed, but that's the logic that we're using today.
and sorry, Your Worship, just to jump in, because Councillor Craigmile missed last meeting, just to bring you up to speed, we're talking about a very moderate shift of the location, likely trying to push it further to the east, almost on the same line, just to open up the green space closer to the river and open up the view of the river a little bit better, so that when events are taking place there, you can kind of use that little natural amphitheater for events. And just to Councillor Pridham's question, there was previously a council subcommittee that was going to be steering this project. That hasn't been reconstituted under the Strong Mayor committees, but what the commitment I had made was that this is a perfect project for SPC reports. So I fully expect that given the significance of the park at each checkpoint, I'll commit that staff will bring back, you know, the design before it's substantially complete, before we go to bids, so we get the instructions from council of, yes, we're comfortable with that pavilion, yes, we're comfortable with the cost estimate, yes, we're comfortable with the location, please go bid. That was always our intent on delivering this project.
So then I'm taking it a resolution is not necessary for this particular one because they're coming up.
No, I think, again, I think it comes down to staff on significant projects like this that we know are, let's call a spade, that are slightly political in nature, are highly interested of the public. And we also committed to engaging, right? We committed to, we're probably not going down the route of having 3 landscape design plans for this park anymore, because I don't think we need that under the new vision. But then when these key components come forward, we know it's important to council, we know it's important to the community, so we take that extra step of making sure we bring it to an SPC meeting. You can have that more informal conversation and give us direction, again, more informally, and you have your ability to make changes to the design as well.
Councilor Alward?
Thanks, Your Worship. What is the current lifespan of those bleachers? I was wondering about the refurbishment versus replacement in this case.
I'm going to probably defer that to either Mr. Keller or
Through your worship, I think we're going to be in good shape. We did pull them out. We rented a telehandler to pull the dock out, and the plan is to refurbish them this winter. But it's just the bottoms that need to be welded, and then new wood. So I definitely think there's a lot of life left in them. A little bit of wire wheel and some trim clad. It should look pretty good.
Okay, anything further on this project? So the understanding is there will be a report back with regards to all these capital items, okay? Okay, 39, please.
So 39, last project for facilities is we're looking at adding some sound panels to the MOC. There's a lot more foot traffic and a lot more discussions and a lot more, it is causing some challenges for staff within that space with the amount of noise that is going in there. We took a look at it. What do we do? Do we put windows and doors and close that in? The discussion is, no, that's not what we want. We don't want that look and feel. We want it warmer and we want it inviting. So we're taking a look at putting sand panels to help with that noise transfer. So.
Okay, questions with regards to this project? Everyone okay? All right, maybe we'll take a break now, 10 minutes if everyone's okay. It is 10:30 and we'll resume here about 20 to 11. Okay?
Yeah, if played.
Okay, are we okay to reconvene? All right, so the next item is item 40. I believe Mr. Hines from the IT department is going to join us to explain this item number 40, which is general IT equipment. Brad, please.
Thank you, Council. I'm presenting project number 40. This is very similar to last year, being a twofold ask, with one part being the regularly scheduled partial replacement of our computers, which we turn over every 4 to 6 years, and the second part being a request to replace the museum microfilm reader, which experienced several compatibility issues during our Windows 11 deployment this year. The device itself is actually just shy of 20 years old, so it's pretty impressive, much like the BAS system that Doug referenced earlier. But unfortunately, along with the operating system compatibility issues, it will be pretty much impossible to repair when it happens. So we would like to replace that as well. If you have any questions, I'm here, happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions with regards to this report? Everyone okay for this one? Okay, thanks, Brad.
Thank you.
We'll go on to item number 41. Is the fire chief with us, Jenna? Yep. Yep, no problem. Chief West, are you with us? You want to go back to this one, or is he on the line? He's out. Yeah. He's maybe have someone with him. Okay, that's fine. If everyone's okay, can we? Oh, here he comes. There he goes. Thank you. Chief West, how you doing?
Hi, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I know all about it. Remember, I disturbed you the other day during a meeting like that. So.
Through your worship, council, our first item is to replace water and rescue helmets. Our current helmets, the individuals were down for water training. 5 of the 6 rescue helmets took on water and they did not work. One helmet took on a light impact and cracked. These helmets that we have currently are for low slope and water rescue, and we're looking to replace them with reliable helmets that are safe for water and ice rescue, and that the lights are can withstand water better than our current ones. The helmets that we do replace, we can still use them for low slope for members of the non-Go Rescue team. So the individuals that are on top of the hill, they can wear these existing helmets. And that's basically the need for these better helmets with better lights.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council? Everyone okay with this one? Okay, item number 42, please, with regards to lighting.
42, scene lighting. I have it that that it's new, but it's kind of a replacement as well. Our current scene lights, we have 2 of them that are portable in our pumper and our rescue truck. That leaves no portable lighting for the our ladder truck and our tanker. The danger without having portable lighting for the tanker, if we're shuttling water or drafting water at night, the individuals, the firefighters, don't have lighting if they're down by a creek or drafting to the river. So there's a safety concern there. Plus, not having one in the ladder for doing relay pumping at night or whatever, there's a safety issue of not having enough scene lighting. And basically, the current scene lighting in the other trucks, they're at 9 years, they're a built-in battery. So they have about a quarter the capacity that they did when they were new. So those lights have very minimal usage. We're looking at hopefully getting a DeWalt portable light that use our existing batteries that we run with our e-hydraulics. And also that it runs our DeWalt power tools. So we already have batteries in place, chargers in place on the trucks that would work on these lights. And, you know, one battery that doesn't cost a lot, they can be replaced. So I think we'd get a lot of light hours, especially with being able to interchange the batteries, that if we were running a scene at night and we needed 8 to 10 hours of lighting, we'd have that with these replacement lights versus the ones today that we have maybe 2 hours tops with the portable lights.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Okay, everyone okay with this one? Okay, thank you for the report, Chief.
Thank
Much
you, Your
appreciated.
Worship. Thank you, Council.
Okay, moving on to item number 43, Mr. Kelly, with regards to the landfill system, please.
Thank you, Richard. I'm going to pass this one to Mr. Blake.
Thank you, Jed. Through your worship to council, this project here is the preventative maintenance program for leachate flushing. Approximately 5 kilometers of perforated sewer pipe out there drain the facility. And this is just a maintenance activity to ensure that we're operating environmentally safe and to the best of the facility's ability.
Okay, thank you. Questions with regards to this project? Okay, everyone okay? All right, thank you. So the next item is item number 44, and I know Ms. Deeks has written a report in conjunction with Mr. Kelly, just so that council has some information that were previously not really discussed in terms of the plan going forward. So either one of you want to start, please? Yeah.
Through your worship and council, the report in front of you is sort of twofold. It's a very comprehensive report giving some history of the works that have been done for our downtown, basically since 2016, I think is as far as it goes back. And then also gives an indication of what we project we will need to do over the next 10 years in regards to service improvements and infrastructure upgrades that we want to invest in, such as new planters, some new lighting, some seating, while trying to balance the operational costs and service levels that we are currently doing. The recommended approach going forward is a phased implementation of our beautification projects, particularly in the downtown, with flexibility to adjust based on budget, any grant funding that could come in, and overall community and BIA input. Notable efficiencies are included greenhouse-started planters for early establishment of our flowers. That's been a comment from our BIA for the last couple of years, that when the flowers go out in May, they generally aren't really to full capacity until July. So we are exploring the option of providing a greenhouse option for the planters prior to going out. That would encompass the flowers that go in the boxes on Queen Street, as well as the planters downtown. So they look fuller by the time of the that they go out. Self-watering planters will reduce our maintenance costs and overall watering budgets. And all of this, as well as strategic partnerships with our BIA for all of our seasonal displays and waste management that we currently have downtown, such as our garbage receptacles that are in need of an upgrade. So this has come out of some conversations with the BIA about some needs and things from sustainability, beautification. We've been working with them for the past 2 years to kind of enhance that plan and make sure that we are working towards the same goals. So we did embark on a kind of brief, what I will call a guide with GSP architects to create a bit of a vision for how many planters we foreseeably could have downtown, some specific kind of direction on public art, as well as some options for seating, receptacles, et cetera, which the BIA have worked with us on. And that's included in this report as well. And then along with Public Works, we've worked on a 10-year forecast for what this could look like from a budget perspective and things that need to be replaced. I think that's all from my end. Is there things you want to add, Judd?
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. So really, we've included, coming from the GSP report, and then all the conversations we've had conversations with BIA. They're definitely receptive to sustainability. We did remove the hanging baskets that was costing us upwards of $26,000, I think, if memory serves, with all the watering. So they are receptive to those kind of initiatives. They have, at the last meeting, they've discussed the self-watering planters, so we'd be looking to implement those for 2026. That would be a labor reduction. We don't know exactly how much, but we assume, if it works, it would help us optimize the program. everything you see in here works with kind of, we're trying to create that streetscape, but also be mindful of the service level that it's going to cost to do it. We did include, basically, it's a hopes and dreams list, and the idea is that the annual amount we would pull from the list, and we would come back every year for council for approval, and we would show the BIA contribution as part of that funding requirement. Conversely, if there's any funding that comes forward, grant funding, donor funding, or if the BIA wants to move something ahead, we just move ahead on the list. We did include for this year, there is some self-watering tree planters we're asking for. We think that'd be interesting. Montreal has them. They get removed in the winter. The trees are upwards of 25 feet now, so we might bring some of that green shade back, and it might work with our 66 feet spacing. So really, it is a combination of hopes and dreams, but for council's consideration, we did kind of go back and try to explain all the money we've spent to date, and then the current service level that we do provide, just for transparency. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, and I think the one thing to point out with the 10-year plan, if I can just add to that, the BIA has dedicated $15,000 for 2026 out of their reserve funds for the purchase of self-watering pots, which has been a priority for them to assist with cutting back that water budget. So for 2026, that budget is a little higher just because of that particular cost, but they are contributing $15,000 on top of their usual spend for the flower costs for that year. So that is the difference in that budget line.
Yeah, and that actually, I'm glad Ms. Deeks just mentioned that, because I was going to ask either Ms. Deeks or Mr. Kelly just to explain that there's a discrepancy when council looks at the staff report and the financial impact statement there and what's in the capital sheet. So the capital sheet was prepared prior to the BIA making a commitment of $15,000. So when the mayor's budget's prepared, you'll see this capital sheet be updated to reflect the current funding, but perhaps you guys could just explain that.
Sorry, through worship. So the plan would be, if this is accepted in principle, we would go back to the BIA and have a discussion and say this is where we're at, harvesting all the hopes and dreams that we've caught and try to create some structure on it. So the next step would be, if it's approved here, we'll go to BIA and discuss.
Yeah, I think through your worship, further to what Brent said, that's correct, that the scope that's in the original budget is different from what we have now. The town funding from the general reserve is now budgeted at $16,500 at the BIA's last meeting. They had talked at the table previously about providing money from the reserves, but we didn't have a motion put forward, so we were hesitant to just add it into the budget at that time. So in November, they did pass a motion confirming that $15,000 spend. So it is in there now. We just, it doesn't reflect in that.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments? Councilor Alward?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just as a comment, I think as the BIA rep, I'll say that a lot of the stuff here in your 10-year plan, I think, is very good. I think it captures a lot of the, hopes and dreams, I guess, as you say, of the beautification committee. And I think that, especially when it comes to the tree planters, I think that that's brilliant. That's something I've heard about from many a business owner downtown, as they reminisce on the old days when we had trees. So I commend staff for being flexible and looking to try something in that regard. So thank you very much. I think this is great.
Okay, further questions, comments? Councilor Pridham?
Thank you. Just wondering how this affects our flower budget, because you've got these new planters and looks like there's a staged approach to adding more planters as it goes. Yeah, how will that impact our cost on flowers?
So through worship. So right now, the 2026 plan is to mimic what we have. So basically, the urns that we have now would migrate to self-watering that have water bladders. So we'd have the exact same amount of quantity. I think there's 32. And then future considerations, if we want to add more planters, obviously would be an increase the operational budget. Kelly mentioned the greenhousing start. So we've been talking to a local greenhouse about pre-starting it. So we're working out the costs on that, but we would have to adjust the 2026 operating budget and capital request, or sorry, the 27. Sorry, missed a year there. So we would adjust as we slowly progress through the plan, but we would adjust the operating to reflect that.
If you don't mind if I add to that as well. We are proposing that the BIA contribution, as we increase pots, would increase as well towards the increase in flowers. So that is the ideal, is that they would contribute a higher amount annually for those increases to work up towards that. I believe the final number in our GSP for the ultimate wish list was 58 self-watering pots. We would be going with 30 as that is what we have right now. And obviously, as Jed mentioned, we wouldn't be continuing with the hanging pots downtown, which we cut out last year. So that has been a cost savings, not only from flowers, but watering. And we're replacing with seasonal banners, which we will be working with the BIA on. And we generally have had about a 2-year lifespan for our banners in downtown to stay looking good.
And sorry, just to add to that, I think longer term, some of those 58 locations in that enhanced GSP would actually be tree
Yes.
location,
Yeah,
tree
that's
planter
true.
locations.
Yeah.
So those would not, those are,
Yes.
we might have to replant the spiller component. You need a thriller, a spiller, and a, whatever, that's the, there's a secret sauce to the plants or something. I'm not a plant person, but yeah, so we would, obviously the trees, we would try and, if they outgrow the planters, we try and recycle those into the tree planting program, but yeah.
Councilor Pridham?
Just another a question or thought. That's a lot of planters or trees. When you park your car and you try to open your passenger door and there's a planter right there and you can't do that, so they'll be placed where they won't impact that.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. So it'll be between the parking spaces. We are limited. It's a tight space, 66 feet. Everything we put in here, a lot of it is removable for the winter. I'm sorry, the snow storage, and then you've seen it, if we can't get the snow storage pulled, we can't have obstacles underneath it. So we've tried to design a plan that will work with our current operation, and yes, we'll be very mindful of that. We do want to maintain the on-street parking. That is also something that we're hearing, we need the on-street parking. Parking. So yeah, we'll be mindful of that.
I just had one, just as far as the garbage container placement and recycling, that comes up sometimes. This plan talks about new receptacles, sort of how and where will they be placed, and
So the plan would be to mimic what we have now. Those current receptacles are probably over 12 years old or 14 years old. I'm going to flat out say it, the recycling component does not work. We would always get contamination in the recycle stream. It goes to solid waste. So we were just looking at a more common trash receptacle. It'd be one every corner in the summer, and then they're reduced in the winter. But obviously in the summer, you want to try and give them the outlet for that. I think there was 12 locations or 10. I'd have to look. But the idea would be that we would just go to a single container with a smaller opening, and then we would try and get them on the corners because we don't want the litter. We're trying to curtail the litter.
if further questions? Okay, everyone okay with the, I mean, I think it's good that we have a plan to work towards, and I think it's certainly well thought out, so I'm certainly supportive of this approach. Okay, everyone okay? Next step, they'll take it to the BIA, and then we'll wait to hear back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, moving on to some public works things. Item number 45, Mr. Kelly, please.
So number 45 is, this is a replacement of the JCB cemetery excavator, or backhoe, for lack of a better term. It is a service level improvement. We are looking for about a 7-ton machine with wheels on it. We see these used in other urban centers. Effectively, the reason we don't have, we're hoping we can curtail our contracted services. We do contract an excavator in quite a bit. A lot of times we're operating from a hard surface like a road or something like that. So we're hoping we can curtail a little bit of that contracted services. From a direct replacement standpoint, from the JCB to this, it is a service level increase, but we're hoping we're gonna get way more use out of this. Effectively, it's an excavator that has brake lights and a steering wheel. So we're hopeful that we could see a lot more use out of this unit as opposed to a direct replacement of the cemetery backhoe. The cemetery backhoe is end of life. It is probably over 20 years old now, I think. So.
Okay, questions? Everyone okay with this one? Okay, number 46, please.
46 is just the It's probably just a rehashing of the monies we included. This is to purchase some additional turf equipment in anticipation of internalization of the turf maintenance spring of this 2026.
Okay, questions? We discussed this previously. Okay, is everyone okay? 47, please.
47 is a fleet replacement of a pickup truck. In discussion with the fire department, Chief West, we have decided that we would like to integrate, keep the capital schedules the way they are, but we would rotate the newer vehicles through the fire chief and through the public works supervisor. We do have fleet vehicles, G-class pickup trucks that are newer than the chief's current vehicle. So the idea is that we would keep the exact same capital schedule that we have, but just as those vehicles come up, we would just rotate them through the chief. And we did use a picture of a Ford pickup truck because of reasons.
Questions? Everyone okay? Okay, 48, please.
48, I will defer to Mr. Wolf.
Thanks, Jed. 48 is the purchase of 2 portable message boards for the roadside. We're looking to improve communications to road users about things like road closures. So we'll be using them for things like construction projects, community events, parades, and then we'd be utilizing them pretty heavily in an emergency if we had a community-wide emergency. The project is showing the funding coming from the Equipment Replacement Reserve, but the province currently has a grant out right now for emergency preparedness, and we're pretty optimistic that we'll get funding, like full funding, for these two message boards.
Okay. Questions, comments? Everyone okay? Yep. Okay. 49, please.
Project 49 is down on Water Street South at the entrance to CBM. There's a concrete pad. The concrete pad is deteriorating. It's tough to maintain, similar to Ontario Street South. So we're looking to replace the concrete pad at the entrance of CBM.
Okay, questions, comments? Everyone okay with this one? Okay, 50, please.
Project 50 you've seen before. It was approved in 2025 for improving stormwater management on Queen Street East at the far limit of town. If you recall, we've started a municipal drain process for this one, and the engineer told us that as you go through that process, we were unlikely to be able to be in a spot to go to construction in 2025. So the funding was redirected towards the emergent Queen Street West culvert replacement project. So we're requesting reapproval of this Queen Street East project.
Okay, questions, comments? Okay, thank you. 51, please.
Project 51 is for continued sidewalk improvements. So we've been doing this sort of annually, where we're slowly improving our sidewalk network. This year, actually, in the next couple of weeks, we'll be doing Pelletier Street, where we're installing a sidewalk. So very similar to that, we'd be installing a sidewalk on 10th Street North in order to connect Queen Street West to the Grand Trunk Trail.
Okay, questions with regards to this one? Okay, thank you. 52, please.
52 is another reoccurring annual project where we make minor stormwater improvements. So we're looking at addressing nuisance issues. So we're installing catch basins, we're doing curb improvements, things like erosion control protection, French drains, things like that that come up from time to time throughout the year.
Okay, questions with this project? Everyone okay? Okay, 53, please.
Project 53 is the Mill Island, the Mill Race Island repairs. Back in 2014, we did condition assessments of both the dam and the flood wall. This is the last remaining scope of work that was recommended from that report. And it was considered the lowest priority at the time. We had to do a lot of things with the flood wall and the dam itself. So this sees repointing of the masonry island, both north and south of the Victoria Bridge. It also includes some minor repairs to the Victoria Bridge. I don't know if you've driven over it headed westbound, you'll notice that the one expansion joint is quite loud. So we've done repairs on that. So we're looking to do a more permanent repair on that expansion joint and do some masonry repairs again to the facade of the parapet walls on the Victoria Bridge. And then also we'd be looking to do some safety improvements around the dam itself, signage, buoys, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Craig Mile?
Thank you, Worship. Jeff, during this project being done, will Rice Lake need to be taken down, drained?
Our expectation at this time, through Councillor Craig, or through the mayor to Councillor Craig Mile, this particular scope, we don't believe that there's a need to drain the high side of the dam for the scope.
Okay, good. Thank you. Anything further? Everyone okay? Item number 54, please.
Project 54 is an operating budget item that we have pulled from operating and we've put it into capital. Part of that was it works very closely with some of our other capital road maintenance programs. So this used to be, you'd find it in operating. We pulled it out at the beginning of 2025 for the 2025 budget. And then so the intent was for it to go back in here in 2026. And it is a surface treatment application on our existing asphalt roads. We get somewhere between 5 to 8 years of extended life out of the existing asphalt. We've had really good success with this. It's a good cost-effective way of trying to maintain our level of service with our road conditions. As an example, when we're relating this to one of the other tools that we have in the toolbox, mill and pave. So when we take the top layer of asphalt off and then replace it, that's now up to around $23 a square meter. This surface treatment is closer to $8 a square meter. So we can cover a lot more ground. And we can try and maintain the road condition, the road network condition to the best of our ability.
Okay. Questions with regards to this project? Everyone okay? All right, thank you. 55, please.
55 is an energy efficiency upgrade. Back in 2015, we replaced all of our high pressure sodium Cobra head style streetlights fixtures with LED fixtures. We were informed that the federal government has passed some legislation that will ban both the import and manufacture of high pressure sodium light fixtures starting in 2029. So we still have 300 decorative style streetlights that utilize a high pressure sodium bulb or fixture. So we'd be looking to upgrade those to LED. We want to do it in sort of a sustainable way. So we're going to tackle it over a 10-year period where we're doing roughly 30 a year. While we do the project, we're going to look at things like lighting quality in the project area. If we need to, we'll make minor improvements. Things like house shields and the style or the lensing of the shades to make sure that we have the lighting as good as we possibly can. And then also we'll strategically pick start and end points where when we replace the fixtures, we try not to have that obvious change in temperature. So the old fixtures, the acrylic fixtures are very yellow. So the light looks very yellow. Typically when you go to an LED, you get a whiter light. We can play with the temperature of the lights, but typically they are whiter just because of the current condition of those acrylic shades. So we'll strategically pick the start and end points to try and make that as least obvious as possible.
Yep. Questions with regards to this project? Everyone okay? All right, 56, please.
Project 56 is another streetlight project where we apply an epoxy coating to the exterior of our decorative streetlight poles in the downtown commercial district. We've done this about every 5 years since the 2016 reconstruction project. It refreshes the look of the pole, makes it look like it does when it first comes out of the factory, and then also provides some level of protection against corrosive salts.
Okay. Questions with regards to this? Everyone okay? Okay. 57, please.
Project 57 is, includes repairs to the St. George pedestrian bridge. So this is when you go down the hill next to the CN train tracks there by well 1. We need to do some minor structural repairs to this bridge and then fix up the coating system.
Questions? Anticipated closure time, Jeff, what would that look like? Because there's a lot of path travel for school especially.
Yes, we would be looking to do the project throughout the summertime. The application of paint is easiest, it's fastest and during the summer anyway. So we'd be looking to do it during the summer. I don't necessarily have a timeline picked out yet, but it could be 3 weeks, 3-4 weeks.
Any further questions? Everyone okay? All right, thank you. 58, please.
I'm actually going to pass this one back to Jed.
Okay.
Yeah. 58 is upgrades to the Eric Taylor parking lot off of the station. The idea is that we would bring the service level up to the existing municipal parking lots. So that's lighting, improve surface, and then when we improve the surface, we can improve the winter maintenance level. Working concept there is surge capacity parking for the downtown. We had the comments from the Legion and from community players. You really can't use it off hours in the fall because it's so dark in there. So we would try and increase the lighting. And then we also need a surging capacity daycare for parking for our daycare staff when the church, through our parking agreement with the church, when they have to do services during the week. So it kind of ticks the boxes on all those things.
Okay. Questions, Councilor Pridham?
Is there a sidewalk on the river side of the street to get to Queen, or get to, no, I didn't think so.
Through your worship, so we would try and design the lighting so that we have a lit crossing there, not a PXO, but we would try and improve the lighting so that when someone's coming up the sidewalk, they could cross over. It's probably the best we can do at this point.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Okay, 59, please.
Project 59 is a continuation of the West Quarry Improvement Project. It's to allocate funding to make sure that if and when we get a positive word from Torque about our agreement with them or our partnership with them, that we're able to complete some of the town-related components of the restoration work that we hope that they do next year. So there's money designated for that, and then there's also monies designated for the design and public consultation, where we're looking to go to the public and show what we think we might be able to do with the site long term and get feedback on that.
Okay. Thank you. Questions? Everyone okay with this one? Okay. Item 60, please.
Project 60 is includes repaving of the Grand Trunk Trail from Ingersoll Street to the Sarnia Bridge. We replaced the culvert at Ingersoll Street this year. There was a very deep excavation, so the plan was always to allow some settlement over the winter this year and then repave the trail next spring. The trail is in pretty rough shape. It's going to be hard to pick sort of a start and end point for that repaving following the culvert replacement. So we're looking to repave this section entirely up to the edge of the bridge. As a reminder, this is a section that we approved earlier this year for lighting improvements to be completed by the town and some really good volunteers.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments with regards to this project? Everyone okay? All right, 61, please.
61 includes the replacement of the museum driveway from Tracy Street up to the sort of flat pad at the entrance to the museum. We did some minor restoration work this year. We tried our best with the equipment we have to try and hold it together throughout the winter, but the driveway is in pretty rough shape and in need of repaving.
Okay, thank you. Questions with regards to the museum paving project? Anything? Everyone okay? All right, 62, please.
Project 62 is the design for the eventual reconstruction of Ontario Street South from Jones Street west to Westover Street. This is the remaining section of concrete road. There's a future project here I'm about to talk about where we're going to replace that first block from Queen Street to Jones Street. And then this project would be a continuation of that. We have a bit of a break in our reconstruction schedule in our 10-year plan in 2027. So this would be design work completed in 2026 with the intent to go to construction in 2028.
Okay, thank you. Questions with this? Okay. Number 63, please.
Continuing on from that, this project is the reconstruction of Ontario Street from Queen to Jones, Jones Street from Ontario to Thomas, and then Thomas Street from Queen to Jones. So we're going to be replacing water main, improving the storm sewer system in this area, and then replacing that concrete road in Ontario with an asphalt road and doing some sidewalk improvements. This work, the design work, we're just buttoning up the design here in 2025, and the hope is that we're ready to go to tender turn the calendar over into 2026.
Any questions, comments? This is one that council received some correspondence on, so I'm sure the residents will be happy to see this work starting in the area. So this is a good news story in my opinion. Anything further? Everyone okay? Okay, 64, please.
Project 64 is a redo of our master servicing study. So this is probably the most significant one that we have in Public Works from an infrastructure perspective. We use the master servicing study to inform a lot of decisions around development applications and our 10-year capital plan, as well as infrastructure upgrades. So when we're doing things like the development charges background study, we rely heavily on the master servicing study to inform some of those projects that we're attempting to get development monies for. So the current one was done in 2014. It's dated. Most of the information is irrelevant at this point, so we're looking to refresh that. And the study would cover both our transportation network, our drinking water system, and our wastewater system.
Okay. Questions with regards to this item? Everyone okay? All right, move on to 65 then, please.
And 65 is, again, part of our road maintenance program. It's the annual asphalt resurfacing. Typically, we do a mill and pave with this money, so we're taking off that top level of asphalt and then replacing it with a new.
Okay. Questions? Everyone okay with this item? All right, number 66, please. Okay. Mr. Blake?
And that off to Dave.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Mr. Blake, please.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you, Your Worship. So Project 66 is aeration tank cleaning at the wastewater treatment plant. This project is preventative maintenance in nature with the facility under construction the last couple of years, especially with bypassing the grit system before the new system came online. This would just look to get rid of any accumulated grit that's accumulated in the facility in the aeration tanks.
Okay, questions with regards to this item? Everyone okay? Okay, 67, please.
Project 67 is the preventative maintenance replacement of the bar screen rake. This is a vital piece of equipment at the facility, probably operating in one of the most corrosive environments at the plant as well. So it's reached its useful life and just looking to replace that.
Okay. Questions, comments? Everyone okay with this one? Okay, 68, please.
Project 68 is the direct replacement for the Muffin Monster pump, which is part of the Listec biosolids process. This is a critical pump component at the facility as part of a single stream. We have been having issues with it within the last year, so it's reaching its end of its useful life and would be replaced preventatively.
Okay. Questions from council? Everyone okay? Okay. 69, please.
Project 69 is building off the last project. Actually, it's a critical parts buildup. So basically an inventory buildup. The ListTech process down there, which is the biosolids management process, operates as a single stream. There's no real redundancy that's been built into it. And a lot of the pumps, parts, and processes are reaching a point where they're experiencing some difficulties or failures. So this would be a buildup of inventory of those critical pieces or parts that would allow us to have parts on site for replacement as needed to keep that single stream process moving for us.
Questions, comments? Okay. Number 70, please.
Project number 70 is year 2 for the recirculation pump rehabilitation program. Within the aeration building at the facility, there's 2 recirculation pumps that recirculate material throughout the plant. In 2025, we rehabilitated and rebuilt the first of 2 pumps, and then 2026 would just see the continuation of that program for the second pump to be rehabilitated.
Okay, everyone okay with this one? Okay, 71, please.
Project 71 is a design project down at the sewage plant. If council may recall, back in 2014, 2015, we replaced one of our centrifugal blowers with a turbo blower. It was an environmentally energy efficient drive project. When that happened, we had 3 centrifugal blowers remain at the facility. They're not used very frequently because of the high energy demand compared to the turbo blower. So this project would look to design the replacement of one more centrifugal blower and then add a second turbo blower that would be incorporated in the facility in a future year.
Okay, questions? Everyone okay? Okay, 72, please.
Project 72 is related to maintenance hole rehabilitations. We've done a few of these across town now in some high corrosive areas where basically a structural or protective liner is applied to the concrete inside the maintenance hole that protects the concrete from any more gas degradation. It helps to prevent ongoing degradation of the structure as well as extending the useful life.
Okay. Questions, comments? Okay, project 73, please.
Project 73 is year 3 of 4 of a planned preventative maintenance program for variable frequency drive replacements at the water pollution control plant. Each year we've been selecting kind of a tiered structure to replace these based on high priority moving through to lower priority ones. This would be year 3, continuation of that, and just working through those 3rd level VFD replacements.
Okay, questions, comments? Okay, item 74.
Item 74 is a continuation of the cured in place pipe sewer rehabilitation program. This program has been very cost effective for the town in rehabilitating and maintaining the useful life of our sanitary collection system. Specifically, the section that we would look to do in 2026 would be about 900 meters of the sanitary force main on Queen Street East from the pumping station to its discharge point at Brock Street.
Okay, questions with regards to this project? Everyone okay? Okay. 75, please.
Project 75, again related to the water pollution control plant, is a life cycle replacement for a metering system related to the return activated sludge system. This meter basically allows the operators to control how much volume they're recirculating or returning through the process, and allows them to keep the plant operating efficiently.
Okay. Questions, comments with regards to this project? Everyone okay? 76, please.
Project 76 is an annual project that council sees as part of the budget. It's an allocation for water valve repairs or replacements. So as we exercise valves throughout the year for various reasons, whether it's construction or emergency repairs, sometimes those valves break or fail or don't operate effectively. And this allocation or this project is in place to ensure that we have available resources to repair or replace those valves when those situations are encountered.
Okay, questions, comments? This is kind of a standard ask. Everyone okay? Okay. Number 77, please.
Project 77 is the actuator valve replacement for well number 1. This would be the actuator valve, controller, and breaker replacement. We've worked through some of the other facilities or water production facilities with these valves in recent years, and it's just a life cycle replacement to ensure that that facility is operating to its extent.
Questions, comments? Okay, everyone okay? 78, please.
Project 78, similar to the previous project, is related to well 1 as well as well 3. So every 5 years, we inspect and we repair or rehabilitate our drinking water facilities. So the 3 production wells. We're proposing to do 2 facilities in 2026, so well 1 and well 3, in anticipation of water tower coating work that is anticipated in 2027. So as you recall, Jeff had mentioned that there's kind of a capital break year in 2027 for road reconstruction work. That's to align with the water tower work, where we limit potential conflicts with the water system. And this project would see the 2 well facilities rehabilitated, which would be next up on the list anyways, to be done in 26 and 2027. And as well, these facilities also have the emergency standby capabilities for the system, which would be deployed for any tower work in 27.
Okay, questions, comments? Okay, project 79, please.
Project number 79, just touched on it in the previous one for the water tower coating work. This would look to, basically it's a design component for that project where we would look to design and have a contract in place for the future tower work anticipated in 2027. There is a note on the bottom of this sheet where we have applied for funding under the health and safety water stream to provide what would be significant funding if we were successful to help offset costs related to this project.
Questions, comments? Councilor Luna?
Thank you, Worship. So what happens if that funding doesn't come through, Dave? If they
Through
don't
Worship
receive
to
the
Councilor
grant?
Luna. So if the grant's not successful, we will have to look at internally funding that. The water system has been basically self-funded for quite some time and does carry reserves. The expectation is that we would be able to self-fund this through the water system reserve at this time. But that would have to be determined based on reserve balances at time of construction, basically.
Okay, anything further on this item? Okay, everyone okay with this? All right, so that wraps up sort of our capital ask. Is there anything anyone wants to revisit or has questions that have arisen as going through the 79 items? Okay, we have a couple capital budget pre-approval considerations. I just wonder if our CEO might just clarify. A couple questions have come up as what tabling the mayor's budget means, and sort of if you could mind just outline the process so there is no confusion with council as to what sort of happens during the pre-approval and what happens going forward. If you don't mind, please, Brent.
So in essence, council, I look at the best way to describe this is that in the mayor's budget, council serves as members of the public with special priority status. So you have much to say and influence in the mayor's budget because you get to sit around the table and walk through this, but ultimately it ends up being the mayor's budget. So insofar as the capital projects, what we heard today was, again, general consensus from all of council that these projects should be included. So when we prepare our budget, with the exception of one update to project number 44, just to update the numbers, we'll include all of these capital projects in the budget that we hope the mayor will provide on November 11th. And well, I hate to be presumptuous. I believe in karma. So that will be there. So again, I have no record of anything being removed. If something had been removed, I would have said to the mayor, here's the budget we presented, here's council's resolution, they'd like to see this one removed, and then he could make the decision. We have the 2 staff reports. So the beautification plan, although you've given the nod of the head that you're supportive of the 2026 plan for the beautification, what we'd like through the staff report when you consider it next, you can ask any further questions you have, but essentially the resolution you're passing is just accepting the 10-year capital plan that Mr. Kelly and Ms. Deeks have put forward, and that will give staff the ability to then work that into our 10-year capital plan. The pre-budget approvals were 4 projects submitted by Community Services that they all felt were a priority need of moving forward. So when you pass this resolution, it does have some effect on the budget. So essentially, you'll be saying as council, you approve of those projects being in there, and really that is just a symbolic approval so that the mayor is aware of that. And then you'd be requesting that and recommending that the mayor issue a mayoral decision and stating that if he does, council is going to then waive all of your rights to override any of the budget decisions the mayor makes. So essentially what you're saying is we're supportive of these projects being in the mayor's budget. We ask the mayor to issue a mayoral decision that they are pre-approved so staff can move on them. And when we see them in the mayor's budget, no matter what happens through that process, we waive our final right to override their pre-budget approval. So where in the past council would have said they're pre-budget approved and staff move forward, and now we just say it in a much more complicated way because of legislation. So a piece of legislation that's designed to speed up things is actually causing us a little bit more red tape.
Okay, any questions on process or sort of what we're doing here? Again, the goal was to mimic the budget process as closely as we could in the past, given provincial legislation, which we were bound to. There's a few extra resolutions and so forth. In essence, we're basically saying we're not going to get into the override and the veto and so forth. We've agreed as a group, and then I'll issue the budget on the website. We'll approve it on November 11th or thereabouts. We'll publish the mayor's budget per se, and that'll be the way it's tabled. And then we'll have on the 18th, I think, we'll meet again and approve the budget subject to any small changes or anything like that is sort of the plan. Okay, is everyone clear on that? Is everyone, any questions? Okay, so as a result of the deliberations, and we have 2 resolutions to look at. So if we look under 5.1, the first was with regards to the report that the beautification, with regards to downtown beautification that Mr. Kelly and Ms. Deeks Johnson had presented to us. So I'll put the following resolution on the floor if everyone's okay. That COR 34-2025 Downtown Beautification Report be received, and the council supports capital project number 44, Downtown St. Mary's Beautification Phase 1, and the council directs staff to update the 10-year capital plan reflecting 10-year downtown beautification plan presented in COR 34-2025. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Alwood, seconded by Councillor Edney. Is there any discussion with regards to that report? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion's carried. So the second thing is we've been asked by staff through the budget process, and it's outlined at the bottom here as far as the regulation and how the procedure, and that's what I asked Mr. Kittmer to speak to, is with regards to certain projects that we would pre-approve. And we've done this in the past so that staff is able to start the tendering process. I mean, I always tell people it's good that we're small because it allows us some flexibility, but on the other hand, sometimes these projects aren't large enough to gain attention or proper bidding unless we get them out. And I would say, in discussions with staff, that we have been quite successful with this process in the past. And again, staff have put it forth for council's consideration so that we can get on, out on the street early and actually get better planning and hopefully better bids, which I believe we have in the past. So this is something we've done over the last few years, and I think it's worked quite well. So staff has recommended we put the following motion on the floor, and I'll put it on the floor for consideration by council. The council approves pre-budget approval for the following items and recommends that the mayor consider issuing a mayor decision, pretty big step, to implement this pre-budget approval. Capital item 7, blue pad roof maintenance. Capital item 8, replacement of Friendship Center flat roof. Capital item 13, PRC replace building automation control software. And capital 15, welcome area upgrades. And the council waives its right under O Regulation 530-2022 to make a budget amendment override the mayor's budget decision as it relates to the possibility of a mayoral decision regarding pre-budget approval for the items listed above. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Luna, seconded by Councillor Pridham. Any discussion with regards to the resolution? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion is carried. Okay, thank you for that. So it is 20 to 12. We have a few minutes. We could carry, are you willing to carry on? Would staff be okay to start administration, or what's your preference? If council's okay? Well, we're going to move to the operating budgets. We'll probably just go through administration. There'll be time. Jenna, the plan is to break for lunch at 12. So we'll probably get through the one if you're okay with that, Mr. Kittmer, and then we'll probably take a break.
I am very much happy to keep the momentum going because you are moving through this very efficiently. So I'll do a little bit of a setup of all of the operating budgets just so so council's aware. So we have produced it in much the same way we have in the past, whereas in your first term, the first year of your term, the background section of the budget would have been fairly detailed. You would have been provided a detailed overview of the department, the services it provides, its staffing levels, and again, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, challenges, opportunities, all that good stuff. When we're in the fourth year of a budget cycle with the council, we make the assumption that council is fairly well aware of what each department delivers, and now we just try and reconcile it down into this very brief one-page summary to give you a good snapshot of what all of the budgets in one department roll up into, and then some of the things that we think that we're facing at staff in the coming year. At the staff level, we're not going to go into great detail, but the information is there for your interest. And then as staff deliver their operating budgets, they'll touch on anything that they think is budget relevant from their opportunities and challenges. And as I mentioned at the outset of the meeting, those staff who have any sort of staffing changes, they'll just flag that, especially for public disclosure. So I'm going to skip right past this first page and also the second page. So the second page is the rolled up gross total of everything that's in the administration department, but it's more useful for each of you to just follow along on the division by division or basis. So I'm looking at administration detail page 104, so it's actually third in the tab, and it's regarding corporate administration. So this is the budget that provides the operating dollars for my position and all of the clerk's department as well. In here, there's really no material changes. Staffing increases are those that are just completely related to step increases in COLA. The one material thing of note that I want to mention is PC Connect. So earlier this year in March, Council approved funding PC Connect through to the end of December 2025. We have been lucky to be one of the projects in Southwest Ontario that got further extension funding through to March of 2026. So almost a mirror copy of what happened in 2025. Although council hasn't formally approved any sort of budget estimates for next year, at the partnership level, so the municipality of North Perth, the city of Stratford, and the town of St. Mary's, we've all agreed that we would present to our council's budget estimates to further the service through to the end of 2026. And we are also expecting a fourth partner in West Perth to come into the project as well. So when you look at the budget impact of PC Connect next year, it is actually the same as it was this year. We've been bringing in transfers from reserve to offset the operating costs to keep the budget impact around $100,000 for the last 2 years. So we've just made some small changes in this coming year. The reserve transfer is $60,000 less than it was last year. Because we're forecasting the operating cost to also be around $52,000 less than last year because of the extra funding and the new partnership, but the net impact is around that $100,000. Why we're recommending having this money in the budget and why we're recommending PC Connect to continue is that it allows us to have money in the budget to start considering how we might implement the transportation needs assessment recommendations that come forward next year. And I think I've shared this before. Dylan will be recommending that PC Connect exist in some form moving forward. They see it as a good service that's becoming more and more viable, and it just needs to be slightly improved and can be leveraged to accommodate some of our in-town as well as our out-of-town needs. So when you see the transportation network assessment come forward, it will make recommendations to modify our London to Stratford route and eliminate the route that already goes between St. Mary's and Stratford because it's duplicated, because that'll save us some costs, and then to add more in-town stops on a fairly frequent basis to help with our in-town and then also leverage specialized services through Mobility Bus. So they have a very interesting proposal coming forward. The good news that I've heard recently is that the Ministry of Transportation is very, very, very much interested in our project. And so the City of Stratford has told us that every signal that the ministry is giving them is that if we submit an application under the Ontario Transportation Infrastructure Fund, which is open-ended application, we are very likely to get funding for it. Because we have made this commitment over the years to keep the project going, whereas many others who originally received this funding have just left it and abandoned it. So the ministry is very pleased with what we've done. They're very pleased to know that we're doing a needs assessment and we're looking at changing our routes. So it's all good news stories. So that's the material change in this budget, and I'm happy to take any questions. And that before I page flip to the next one.
Questions with regards to the administration budget so far? When will we know from the ministry? I mean, I saw Mr. Mousley at an event the other day in Stratford, and he seems very optimistic, but I asked him when, and he wasn't sure. Have you heard anything else? Or?
Yeah, so the timing's a creature of actually ourselves in North Perth.
Okay.
So we think any application we make will be strengthened by having our transportation needs assessment from Dylan. I've learned that with any ministry funding program, if you have a master plan behind it and you say you're just trying to implement the master plan, it is a very big checkbox. The timing of Dylan has just been slightly delayed. They're about a month behind in that project. It's just Jacob Terry, who is the Dylan lead on this. He's a brilliant transportation engineer and very much lives and breathes this. So I think his comment to me last week was he got a little bit too invested in the route designs and lost track of time because he was working on this. So we're hoping to have a final report to council in January. If we accept that, it'll allow Dylan to work with City of Stratford to come up with what it looks like in terms of a service going forward, now with 4 partners. So there's a lot of positives. So go from 3 partners to 4. So that's good strength in an application. Change your routes, which the OTF wants, if they want it to be a new project, and this would be material enough to make it new. I'm thinking first quarter is when we'd like to have an application in. And there's no defined time when you hear back, but what we've heard again through Dylan is that usually about 2 to 3 months, and you would hear back from the ministry. So by mid-year of next year, we would know if we have OTIF funding, and our service would then be funded for I think it's 3 or 4 years.
There is a possibility that West Perth is still interested in this, or is that?
Yes, so their CAO, again, we CAOs never like to say anything out in public, but he feels like it's almost fait accompli. If they can keep their budget asking around $100,000 like where we are today, then he feels it'll be successful. The only thing we may have to change next year is we may have to go to a different funding formula that is proportionate to the hours of service you secure. So right now, and for the last 4 years, we have split the project a third, under the assumption that we all have roughly the same operating hours. But as we start changing this, St. Mary's number of operating hours will be different than North Perth's, will be different than Stratford's, and will be different than West Perth's. So the idea coming forward is that we would just take the global budget and divide it based on our proportionate share of operating hours. So I don't know if that'll have a material impact on our budget yet, but it is certainly a more fair way to split costs as we go forward. I've always been a little bit concerned, as being the smaller municipality out of the 3, that we might be overfunding our share, but I think we did that just to help the partnership go for a while.
Yeah, it's all positive information, but if West Perth does come on board, it may lead to sustained provincial funding,
Yes.
which is the goal. I mean, I've said publicly before, it's very unfortunate the approach the county has taken, but bit by bit, if 1 or 2 of the other municipalities who come to their senses come to the table, we might get sustained provincial funding because that's what's happened in other municipalities.
And the good news for us too is if West Perth comes on board, the $155,000 we're forecasting in contract fees would actually be reduced by about $50,000. So that would allow us to keep our transfer from reserve in reserve, and that's how we've built that reserve over the years. Is we forecasted higher contribution. We've been really lucky over the years. We were always forecasting significant contributions at anywhere between $100,000 and $2,000. And whether it be just doing really well on fare revenue or doing well on getting new grant money from the province, we've never really had to spend our full contribution each year with the exception of 2025. So we've built up this reserve. However, the $50,000 we're putting in the budget this year, it depletes the reserve, so it'd be nice to find a way to at least to see that sustained and moving forward.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so that's corporate administration. So I'll turn to the next one, which is animal control, and it's fairly straightforward. So this funds the budget with Kitchener-Waterloo Humane Society, who provides animal control for us. We budget it as a self-funding department that is offset by our animal tax.
Any questions on that? Okay.
The next is the members of council budget. Again, there's just been some trend analysis in this budget where we have decreased your line item for telecommunications to reflect actuals. But next year being the election year, we have increased both conferences and seminars as well as materials and supplies to reflect that when we onboard a new council, we will need to provide the opportunities for orientation as well as I don't believe that the municipal budget, I don't believe the municipal election is shown in here. Do you remember which one it is? It's likely under corporate administration. It's all net revenue anyways because we fund it from reserve.
Okay, any questions?
And so the last is the police. So there's a couple of notes in here. There was a grant that we were receiving for prisoner transport. The level of effort to secure that grant is significant, followed by a 50-page agreement for $1,500. In consultation with the police, we've made the decision to stop going forward for that $1,500 grant just because the staff cost to prepare the grant was actually more than the grant. So we've walked away from that. And then, as I mentioned in the outset, our policing costs, the contracted services are increasing. So the contracted services you see in this budget line at roughly $1.6 million next year includes our level of service that we have today. So that's 24-hour policing in St. Mary's with one cruiser, our community resources officer, which will resume back on a 5-day-a-week cycle next year, as well as park patrol. But it has the cost has gone up around $193,000. In the draft budget that we've seen from the police, it's primarily driven by labor costs, and especially labor costs with their officers. It's just they're under a collective bargaining agreement with the Services Association, and so that then is shared with us, as well as they've now also added an administration charge into their budget. So any of the support the city provides, they're now charging us around $100,000 a year for all of the back of house. And lastly, we've just seen a small increase to their transfer to reserve. So that reserve is what pays for capital costs each year. So we're increasing it $5,000 this year to start putting money away to catch up for some of the new costs that we're seeing.
Okay, questions with regards to the police budget? Okay, anything else with regards to administration? Councilor Craigmile?
Yes, if I can go back to the police budget just for a second. Although it has gone up significantly this year, it still hasn't gone up significantly over the past 7 years when we had the OPP here.
No, it's so I've stopped putting this in the police budget that I present to CPAC every year. I always noted what we spent in 2017. And in 2017, we spent 1.15 on policing. I don't know because we don't have an OPP contract, but over the years, I believe we're in a far better financial position right now than we would have been with the OPP. It hasn't really been news in our council table, but council tables around the province, especially in the rural areas, have been struggling with significant OPP increases over the last few years to the point that the province had to provide them all transitional funding. So I'm sure if we were with the OPP for this level of service, we would be well over $2 million.
And just as a follow-up, I mean, the level of service is far greater than we ever had.
Agreed. The level of service we have today is exactly what we heard back in 2016, 17, and 18 that the community wanted. They wanted visible police officers that would respond in a timely manner when they felt that the call was critical, and we have that. And the community resources officer, which is certainly an enhancement. I think, I certainly as a CAO, I would probably say the mayor would argue as the mayor, we find that to be very helpful. That resources officer, the model's going to change. They're going to cycle through on a bit more of a frequent basis, but they really become in tune with our community and understand the individuals need to understand, and they know what's going on. So it's it really helps to bring back that small town feel for policing that I think we were all hoping to achieve.
Okay, Councilor Lucas?
Thank you, through the mayor. Just a follow-up on that increase on the police budget. Is that something that they kind of forecast is going to be significant, or do they feel like this was an anomaly, kind of a catch-up year, or are we looking at that continued increase?
We haven't asked. I think it'll all just complete, in terms of every line item outside of labor, I don't think they really don't increase year over year. They do a really good job at that. It's just the labor costs, so I don't know what they negotiated, but it's something we will raise. I have the budget draft, which is earlier this year than it ever has been, so I'll be able to bring it up to CPAC next month's meeting, I think, or is it this month we meet, Jenna? November? In November's meeting with CPAC, yeah.
Okay, anything further on administration?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. So it's almost 12, so I think we'll break for lunch if that's okay. Jenna, the lunch has arrived. The plan reconvene 12:30. Is that sort of the plan? Is everyone okay with that? No, the lunch is here, and we'll reconvene around 12:30 if that's okay? All right, thank you. Okay, so it's 12:30, so reconvene if everyone's okay. All right, so we're working through proposed operating budgets, and next up is building development. Mr. Brower, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you can see from the budget binder, overall, I'm very happy where the budget is, but there's been some challenges with that. One of the ones that I'll kind of talk about, because I'll talk about the staffing piece first. So one of the things that we're asking for is a add-on to the budget for 3 hours a week. That is asking for, so that's twofold. One of it is on the custodial side. So one part of that is some of the challenges that we're having down in what I call the quarry, as well as the summer, as well as some of our higher use buildings during that time of influx that we're dealing with a lot more people. It also helps us deal with when people are on vacation and such. The other part of it is that council last year, council approved a planning coordinator. At this, as you'll read through the budget, we are only putting that in for half a year this year. One of the reasons, I've already had some questions earlier today about that, the reasons that we're having that position only in for half a year, we've gone to market 3 times, and we've not been able to find anybody appropriate for that position. Sure, there's lots of people applying for it, but they didn't make it, not having the qualifications or some of the skill sets that we're looking for. So what we're doing with that position, we're just taking a pause, taking a step back. We're either going to come back in either March or April, and then repost for that job. And then once we determine that, we'll be able to bring that position on in late Q2, early Q3, and that's why the offset with the wages is like that. Within the rest of the budget, there is nothing really, unless council does have some questions. Facilities and property standards, probably property standards was down a bit more. Facilities was up, but facilities always does fluctuate more because of the operational projects. We have on facilities, we do have what we call capital projects and operational projects. Anything that people want something fixed up or painted or whatever that doesn't fit within that capital threshold. And they change from year to year depending on what needs to happen in each of the facilities. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions that council may or may not have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions with regards to the operating budget for building and development? I know no one's got a crystal ball, but I will ask, in terms of housing development for next year, our permits are down this year, and sort of how do you see things folding out? Because it's a question that comes up to me often, and the province keeps pushing too, so.
So I talk to a lot of my colleagues a lot of the time. So when you take a look at our budget, when you take a look at our building permits this year, yes, they're down, but our housing starts are still there. Probably our volume for doing work is not there as much as it has been in previous years. Judging by what I see and talking to my colleagues, I think that's going to drop a bit more. But when you take a look at the planning side, some of the applications we're dealing on the planning side, there are some good applications that are coming through that process. I would think that things are going to drop. But again, to what level, I don't think it's going to drop drastically, just because of the projects that we do kind of have in the queue that we have approved, that council's approved, as far as zoning bylaw amendments and stuff like that, so.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Councilor Craig Mallon?
Thank you, Worship. So, Grant, when I look at the building and development details, I mean, I was surprised when I saw your overall increase was less than 0.2% or something. So, but I understand why now with your only half a year of that one staff person. But I was really curious, where would I find your CIP? Under which line item? Like, is that under contracted or?
So the CIP, sorry, through your worship, Councilor Craig Mallon. So the CIP, that would be in 8100, and typically it is under, I would say, and maybe Mr. Steckley can help me out, but typically it is under program expenses. Thank you.
Would that be the same for the housing?
Spencer?
I have to confirm unless Mr. Steckley
Spencer, can you help us with that one at all?
Through the mayor to Councillor Craigmile, that is correct. They would both be included in that amount of, I believe, 155,000.
Thank you, I'm just curious to know where it was.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Okay, thank you for your report. Next up, 6.3, Community Services Budget. Ms. Ishii, please.
Okay, just a high-level overview. So our budget has changed by 2.16%, but I will go through department by department and then can answer questions as we go through there. So starting first with recreation, it's pretty much a status quo budget. There's not a lot of changes within this budget. It remains as is from the previous year. This is rec, youth center, and children's camp programs. Any questions on that?
Questions on recreation? No? Okay.
Yep, okay, perfect. The next one is childcare. So childcare, this year, we were able to, if council remembers, I can't remember what month I brought it forward, we finally received the agreement through social services, and we know what we are going to receive and what we will receive each and every month. We haven't necessarily known that before, so this has been a better process for us, so we know exactly what we're receiving throughout the year. Excuse me. So within this, it includes the funding that does come from Stratford as well. Are there any questions with childcare?
Councilor Luna?
Thank you, Worship. So the $10 a day thing, are we still heading towards that, or it's still up in the air, or where's it at?
So yes, the $10 a day, so it's not $10 a day yet, nor do we know if it will hit the $10 a day mark. There will be more announcements that will come out in November. We typically find out announcements from the ministry in November. It is still on track. It's still supposed to be moving forward in that direction, but I don't know if it will be reduced from what it currently is down to the exact $10 a day mark. I would look at Jen. Jen is on here too, if there's anything she would like to add.
Sure, I'd just like to add through communication with the City of Stratford, CMSM, we have been told that there should be another reduction, but it may not happen until March of 2026, and this would be the final reduction. Like Stephanie mentioned, chances are very low that it will actually get down to that average of $10, but we are looking at least one more reduction for families.
So that begs the question, is there the possibility we'd have to revisit this budget, or are you ensured of the funding that's there now?
So the funding level will change. If there is a reduction, we will be receiving more money from the City of Stratford. It is based on a whole funding formula that does include how much parents are paying. So we do know that we will receive more if there is a further reduction.
Okay. Councilor Craigmile?
Thank you, Your Worship. So when I look at childcare, then, if I'm just looking at revenue and expenses, assuming that the budgets are balanced, you know, that it's, because I don't have any actuals. It looks like, looking at revenue and expenses, there's approximately, cost the town about $100,000 plus the internal charges. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, you are reading that correctly.
Okay. Any further questions with regards to childcare? Okay. Okay. Thanks for your help, Jen.
Okay, on to senior services. So within this budget, we have included, there is some staffing changes within this budget that was presented in, or will be presented in Brent's report that will be addressed formally later on within the budget process. It includes a change to the volunteer coordinator along with realignment of senior services. Both of those recommendations were in the Rec, Culture, and Leisure Master Plan. The realignment has been included within the budget, but doesn't actually impact costing for staff. So it's just a realignment within the department itself.
Questions? Okay.
So administration, this is a status quo budget. So this is just overall administration of the PRC, which includes guest services staff, myself, and individuals like that, any of our overhead fees when it comes to the administration component. But once again, very much status quo.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay. Aquatics. Within the aquatics budget here, it includes the quarry and the PRC Aquatic Center. Once the pool's back open, our revenues will increase. We're also looking at increasing our fees to both our aquatic centers that will also be presented at a later date to council. Some of the staff wages within this budget look high. We do pay for the staffing for Super Splash, but in turn, we do get the money back, but it is reflective in the budget under wages. So I just wanted to point that out specifically. There were additional staffing this year at the quarry specifically, because of the heat and the zebra mussels that we had to contend with. So those were a few of our challenges down there. We're trying to come up with some better solutions for next year, and I think we'll be able to do better next year and how we can manage some of those situations.
Okay, questions? Councilor Craigmile?
Thank you, Worship. So Stephanie, back to the wages again. So is this the first year you have their wages in there? Because it looks like it's significantly higher, the 26 budget versus 25 budget.
You're not,
The wages were in there last year, but there was more staffing this year for both areas, excuse me, because of the heat primarily. The heat this year did have an impact on our staffing. We would have to bring in extra staff. So yes, there was additional staff brought in for Super Splash this year. And we did bring some of our staff in a little earlier in the season because the pool wasn't open, so we were trying to encourage longevity with the team. So those were some of the changes that had happened this year with that budget specifically.
Councilor Edney?
So when the money comes back from Super Slash, where does it appear?
So it appears in here under, it should be under user fees within our budget. It's usually program revenue. So we do receive the money back. Is it? So this year, roughly, just to give a little bit of an idea, this year the staff wages that were charged back to Super Splash was $85,000. So just to give you an idea, there is a large chunk in there that is charged back to Super Splash.
Ms. Slade, did you want to add anything?
Andrea, did you want to add anything?
Yes, sorry, I was just going to say that they are reflected in the user fees. The Super Splash wages go back into the user fees.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any further questions with regards to this budget? Okay.
Okay. The last one is community services facilities. So this includes ICE, and all that pertains to ICE. This year we've changed it a little bit where ICE was not reflected in this budget. This year it is. ICE actuals we have increased due to our reflected on our actuals. We had not increased it last year, but we're doing very, very well with selling ICE. Under this budget, it also includes parks, baseball, Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame, soccer, tennis, and PRC buildings. So all of these, one of the changes within the PRC building, which is also in the staffing changes, is additional hours to cleaning the aquatic center pool once it opens. We know that is going to be an area that we need to put a lot of focus on and a lot of additional cleaning. So we did budget some extra time within the cleaning for that pool ongoing.
Okay. Further questions? Councilor Lucas?
Not so much a question, or thank you through the mayor. Not so much a question, just a comment. That was actually one of the question marks I had before going through that budget and touring the pool, is that we're going to put some extra effort into making sure it stays at a high level, because I think we're going to get a product back that's going to be at quite a high level, so I'd hate to see that deteriorate over some cleaning hours, so I'm happy to see that.
So we're looking at an additional 731 hours a year, roughly 2 extra hours a day, 2.5 hours extra a day that will be dedicated to that pool specifically.
Okay, anything further? Councilor Craigmile?
Thank you, Worship. So, and I may be slightly wrong on this, but for some reason, I remember that we actually paid the Baseball Hall of Fame $60,000 or $70,000 to look after. Is that still done somewhere else, or is that all included in? Like, it just seems like there's a $90,000 cost to looking after the ball hall.
Yeah, so that is included currently in our contracted services with Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame, and we have included it in here for 2026 as well. So
That's the total cost.
the total cost, 103 for the next year, for 2026, correct?
Okay, anything further? All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Culture, Tourism, and Economic Development, and I guess Brent, Amy, and Kelly are all going to speak to this one. I'm not sure who goes first, so Mr. Kittmer, please. Yep.
Caught me asleep, actually. So yes, we're gonna parse this one out a little bit because we don't yet have a director overseeing the department. The senior leadership team members who are responsible for each functional area will speak to it. I will speak to communications. Amy Carberly will be on the line to speak to cultural services, and then Kelly Deeks Johnson will speak to economic development, as well as VIA. So I will just again jump right into it. Ends up being detail page 1 of 4, and this is reflective of the communications department. So. Overall, I believe we continue to achieve our strategic vision for communications in that we wanted to be transparent and a proactive communicator. What you see in front of you right now is a status quo budget compared to last year, as was approved in early spring. So in early spring, the former director of corporate services brought forward a vision for communications that we would deploy the staffing in a slightly different way. Rather than having a communications manager supported by a communications specialist, we made the decision that we would rejig that to be a communications team lead supported by a communications specialist. So the budget reflects that. Currently, we have a vacant position in communications. So we have our communications specialist filling an interim role as the lead, and we're being supported right now by external contract services when there's a surge. We are trialing that model to see if it continues to effectively deliver our level of service, and if it does, it's likely that change would stay in place if the new director supports it when they have been in the office for a little while. But I just wanted to flag that for council that you see a change in the budget primarily driven by staff change we made last year, and now we're looking at further efficiencies for next year. That's it for communications.
Any questions with regards to communications, Councilor Alward?
Thanks, Your Worship. In terms of that 20,000 for advertising, marketing, and promotion, do we typically go through all that each year, or?
Yes, we do typically get very close to spending it all, if not overspending. It just depends on the year. It's very reactive to the campaigns that we have internally, and next year, especially when we think of the pool, the communications team, along with corporate services, is thinking of immediate as well as a prolonged period where we market the pool, the fact that it's open, its programs, because as much as we hope patronage will return to the pool, it may take a bit of effort to make sure that people are aware that we're open again, and they should stop driving to Wilmot to go to their pool or stop driving to Stratford to go to their pool, and hopefully attract them back.
Okay, anything further on that point? Councilor Craigmile?
Thank you, Worship. So, Brent, I just need a little help here, because when I look at the budget summary, 24% increase, the change from 25 to 26. I mean, even with the people changes, I don't think it amount to that.
Yeah, so thank you. And so I've done, trying to think of the best way to approach this. So in my staffing report, a few weeks ago, I brought to council in closed session an idea to reorganize ourselves back to our pre-2020 overall organizational structure. So that, in effect, what that does is it deletes the old Director of Corporate Services position and reconstitutes a Director of Finance and Director of Culture, Economic Development, and Tourism. When you look at the finance department, when Spencer gets to it, the former Director of Corporate Services, his wage was primarily funded through finance. So it recognizes a reduction or almost a status quo staffing increase because we fully deleted that director wage and replaced it with a new finance director wage, which is slightly less than the old one. What's driving this budget is a 100% new add of Director of Culture, Tourism, and Economic Development, which is in detail number 2. So it looks as though this is increasing significantly, but the math that I presented to council was that you delete former Director of Corporate Services, you add Director 1, you add Director 2, then you also deduct some of the other staffing changes that the department has made, communications being one, and some other internal things that happened this year to get a net impact around $70,000 to the budget that we're smoothing out by bringing in $35,000 into, I can't remember which budget it would be. Which budget did you put in, Spencer?
It's an economic development.
Yeah. $35,000 transfer reserve in economic development to offset that. So that the net increase is really $35,000. It's tough because now it's all spread across different budgets, so it makes one budget look like it's gone up significantly, but others have gone down.
Thanks for the explanation.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else with regards to this one? Okay, thank you. So
Ms.
Amy's
Coverly
next.
will be on the line to do cultural services.
Ms. Coverly?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So the cultural services budget is fairly status quo. We just made some minor adjustments in revenue to better reflect what we've been actually bringing in the past couple of years. And then we tried to offset that again with some minor adjustments to operating expenses to, again, better reflect what we've been spending over the past couple of years. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Any questions with regards to cultural services? Okay, thanks, Amy. So, Ms. Deeks, please.
Thank you. Through the mayor and council, I'm presenting for the tourism and economic development budget, which has changed, as Brent and Spencer indicated. Our budget looks like it has increased quite a bit from the staffing and wages because that includes the new position. But the other thing that has changed within that is partway through this previous year, we have made the events coordinator position to a full-time position. So that is also something to consider with this budget as opposed to last budget, that position has gone to full-time. The only other thing that I want to note as far as an indicated increase is our contracted services. So we've made a bigger increase in that due to the fact that our costs for any print materials that we've done has significantly increased over the last year, as well as we do a large distribution for our town visitors guide across various sections of the province and try to hit some of those US border crossings. And that distribution cycle has also significantly increased in price. So we do still see a value in paper and distribution of these brochures. The brochure itself is a partnership that we do with the local newspaper here. So the cost of that has stayed fairly in line, other than the fact that the printing costs for that has increased slightly. But overall, that just really indicates those particular items that we still do, which is paper pieces and distribution. Those costs have increased. So those are indicated as well. And that is it for that one. Is there, do we take questions, Brent, or just move on to the next one?
No, we'll stop for questions if there's anything about.
Okay.
Yeah. Any questions from council? Okay, next item is VIA, I think.
Yes, VIA Services is the next budget that I'm presenting, and there is no changes to those. Currently, we still staff 4 part-time staff members at the VIA station, and that has not changed going into 2026. So that budget has remained very similar.
Okay, any questions with regards to this budget? Okay, thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
All right, next up is finance. I believe Spencer and Brad's going to do part of it as well.
Through the mayor, I'm happy to present an overview of finance. Continuing on with the trend, I'm going to skip the summary page. It's there for your information, and I'm happy to take any questions. In your package, IT is our first budget item, but I'm going to skip over that and let Mr. Hines conclude with it. So the first item I'd like to take a look at is the tax department, and that's on finance detail 2 of 3, so page 4. So the top chart details out the tax implications for the town. So it shows the required levy, which I touched on in my opening remarks, as well as any supplemental revenue. So new assessment, for example, additions, new builds. The supplemental also includes the BIA levy. And then below that in the expenses, we have any related expenses that we might incur. So that would be requests for reassessment, the 357s. Those are generally filed if a property becomes unlivable due to a natural disaster or damage such as a fire, the property use has changed, or there's been an error in the assessment. So happy to take any questions on that division.
Questions with regards to taxation? How are we doing in terms of delinquencies? Are we seeing an increase, or how is that? Because it's hard to reflect that in the budget. I mean, we don't necessarily write off, but you know, we do have delinquencies. Is it better than it's been, or are we starting to see a trend?
From what I can see, and it's usually provided in our monthly reports, we have been trending downwards. So every month we'll send out the overdue taxes, and the public has been quite receptive to that, and we have been receiving payments. So from my experience, our arrears interest, our arrears taxes is quite low, and if not better than most municipalities.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay.
So the next division represents the finance department, as well as Service Ontario. Just a reminder that the Service Ontario contract was signed last year. It's a 3-year contract with the province. And the Service Ontario budget is cost neutral. So all the expenses we incur, we receive funding for. You can see that there have been minor levy impacts, and I have provided commentary for that, if council has any questions around that.
Okay, any questions with regards to Councillor Craig Mao?
Thank you. So I was just curious when I looked at that impact assessment at 100K, even if they're not doing assessments, was it higher previously, or is it the same value typically?
Through the mayor to Councillor Craig Mile, generally MPAC will increase similar to our other services. They're still incurring the cost to produce the assessments, as well as deal with any appeals that might come in from the residents. So.
Okay, anything further? Okay. Good.
Our next division is administration, and this department kind of represents those amounts that don't necessarily belong in another division. So this includes grants such as the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. It includes staff gapping, which we budget for here, but the actuals actually go into the individual departments. It includes investment income, reserve transfers, and then debt servicing. Again, I provided commentary for council, and happy to take any questions on this.
Okay. Questions from council? Councilor Luna?
Thank you, Your Worship. Professional fees of $100,000, what kind of fees are those?
So those fees, through the mayor to Councillor Luna, those fees relate to legal fees. So generally, we budget for about $100,000. And then at the end of the year, if funds remain, we generally transfer those to the reserve.
Okay, anything further? Okay, so we flip back to the IT section, or?
Actually, we have one more external
one more?
transfers.
Getting ahead of my, sorry.
Our favorite item. As has been referenced throughout today, external transfers encompass the shared services and amounts owed to our outside partners. Similar to prior years, a majority of these still need to be confirmed, with the exception of the public health unit, which has been confirmed. However, staff believe that the estimates we have today are accurate representations, and we don't expect to see any material changes between now and when they are confirmed, barring anything out of the ordinary. I'd just like to also note that a number of these partners have been invited to the November 18th meeting, including the Hospital Foundation, the Conservation Authority, and St. Mary's Mobility.
Okay, any questions with regards to transfers? Okay, so is Brad, so we go to
Yeah, I think Brad's on the line.
IT, please, Brad, thank you.
Thank you, Council. I'm presenting the IT operating budget request to you today. Much like the capital request, this request does not reflect any significant changes from the previous year, so it'll be close to another status quo request. With that said, we will realize some savings due to the telecommunications changes we made this past summer. As well, on a whole, we revisited some software packages that were not utilized well enough to justify their ongoing costs. So with that, we will see some savings in that, as was the case with the capital request. If you have any questions about this, I'll try my best to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions about IT? Councillor Alward?
Thanks, Your Worship. Not exactly about the numbers and such, but on the summary page, one of your challenges, it just says addressing shadow IT initiatives that are conceived without IT approval. I have an idea of what maybe you mean by that, but I'm wondering if you could maybe give me like an example or something.
Through the mayor to Councillor Aylward, absolutely. So what we do see occasionally, and it's not so much about people who are trying to do nefarious work, but sometimes we do have departments that are starting to from scratch and without coming to us and saying, hey, do you guys already have something? And that's one of the initiatives that if we can like join together and perhaps improve upon these projects, we can all be on a better page moving forward, and we can realize some efficiencies. One of the software packages, and I know this is like a little bit deeper than what we're talking about, but like one of the software packages we've removed was an Adobe package, where we had a couple of users who had two. And then we had another user had one over there, and there was another department had like two more. We could have easily have bundled that into a 5-user bundle. We would have realized savings, but instead we had it kind of fragmented. So that's like some of the shadow IT that we're trying to address and trying to get like a better scope of what we're using out there. And I think we will be better placed to be able to address our users moving forward in that instance.
Well, that's a very ominous description for something so cool, but thank you.
Okay, anything further with regards to IT? Councillor Craig Mao?
Thank you, Worship. So Brad, when I look at the overall picture of the IT budget, and it's actually has not increased from 25 to 26, would it be fair for me to assume that maybe some of that is because after that cyber attack, we spent a lot of money on infrastructure for the IT?
Through the mayor to Councillor Craig Mao, absolutely.
Okay.
There was absolutely instances where we focused on cyber to a great degree, and much again like the shadow IT, we've got to be cognizant of the fact that we're not going to allow good enough to be good enough. I mentioned that there, but yeah, we're starting to realize the exact cost now. We projected that potentially we were going to have more egress data charges from Azure. We didn't see those. So it's becoming more of a true representation of what our department is actually costing.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Okay, thank you. Thank you both for your reports. So moving on to 6.6, which is fire, and we'll see if the chief is available. Chief West, there you are, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Through your worship, council, presenting fire budget for revenue. We're looking at increasing it. We're working on small fee changes. We're working with the clerk's office and finance of getting onto billing MTO for any accidents on Highway 7. So I'm hoping the revenue will actually be a little bit better on a positive side than what we have in the report. We did identified when I came in, we were doing a little less maintenance on the trucks than should be happening. So we budgeted for a little bit increase in maintenance. That also covers the new ways they do safeties is a little more extensive. So our safety costs are going to go up every year. A couple trucks are older in the fleet, so a little bit more maintenance there. A little bit more on fuel. We kind of weren't being involved with some of the mutual aid out of town meetings and stuff, so we're attending those more frequently. So we've put a slight increase on fuel. Insurance, I don't have much handle on that, so it's going to be increased, and we're seeing that all across the province. For fleet companies, the insurance is a bit of an issue. Generally, repairs and services will be going up. Just basically most of those safety costs associated, plus doing some maintenance on some of our equipment here. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, thank you.
Take any questions?
Any questions with regards to operating budget for fire? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 6.7, which is human resources. Ms. Beckville, please.
I thought since I was just down the hall, I would join you in person.
Great.
Okay, so just quickly, the only change on here is related to staffing in terms of COLA and a step increase. There's actually no change to staffing, just those increases. The one thing I will mention that is not in here is that if there were any potential changes from the market review brought forward, that's not reflected in this in any way, shape, or form, but that would be dependent on your will at that time.
Okay. Questions? And when will the market review be done, or do you know?
So still,
You're on,
yes, before the end of this year.
Okay. Okay, anything further? All right, thanks for your report.
Thank you.
6.8 is Public Works.
Thank you, Worship. Basically, I'll stick to my usual stick. It is a flat service level, trend-based budget adjustments, except for the turf projections that we have for 2026. It should be a relatively flat service level, though. We do have a few interesting things going on. They were already talked about earlier in the meeting. Some of the challenges do translate into opportunities. Examples would be the turf, for example. That's a cost avoidance, in my opinion. The decorative street lighting, things like the master servicing study. Those are all really critical things. I can probably just go through the pages now, if that's okay. So the Public Works operations, that includes, this is the big one. So it's your winter and summer maintenance, stormwater, ditching, road, sidewalks, streetlights, crossing guards, bridges and culverts, weed control, asphalt patching, street sweeping, traffic control, salt and sand. Once again, trend-based budget, so if you saw it in '25, it's in for '26 from a service level perspective. We did see some increased costs due to the bad winters. Once again, trend-based budget, so we're gonna have a bad winter, it's gonna bump it up. So that's what we did.
Any questions with that? Okay.
Okay, so the next one is the fleet. So basically, the way it works in St. Mary's is that all the other departments pay into the top end of fleet. We end up with this big revenue pool. Fleet pays for all the expenses. And then anything that's left is a balance transfer to reserve. So that's our transfer to reserve. It balances out the account. So if we have a bad year for maintenance, it just reduces our transfer to reserve. Like I said, any department that uses the fleet or utilizes it, we have a back-end spreadsheet for utilization costs. Obviously, some are more and some are less, but that's how this works.
Okay. Questions with regards to fleet?
Oh, sorry, one more thing. I did include the write-down transfer for the new turf equipment in this number. So these numbers do have the turf projection. So the write-down cost is there, aside from the capital, but the write-down is in there.
Okay. Okay.
This is the parks. There are some things in Public Works that we should probably bring into parks next year, but we'll deal with that then. But right now, this is the parks admin, which would have had the big bulk of the turf maintenance contracts. There's a reduction there. And then that's your community gardens and your beautification budgets, basically inside this budget.
Okay, any questions? Okay.
Cemetery, so once again, trend-based budget. I've been fighting with this one for about a decade, trying to get this to self-funded. Ironically, a lot of that has been the turf maintenance costs, which is keep going up and up. I'm hoping we can kind of get that under control and hopefully get back to some point where we can get to a fully self-funded cemetery. We do have the cemetery master plan coming. Part of that was a financial plan review. Once again, it is trend-based budget. We do have a bunch of maintenance activities. You saw some stone repairs, things like that. So we're slowly starting to build the budget out to where we need to be to maintain the cemetery that we have.
Okay, questions? Okay. All right, so moving on then, nothing further in Public Works. We'll move to water, wastewater, and landfill. And Mr. Blake going to join us, or is he?
I let him have the afternoon. He's,
oh, you let, okay.
You get stuck with me if that's.
Fair enough, it's all good.
So basically, once again, trend-based budget. We did submit the rates, so Dave will take these expenses and translate this into the rate bylaw, the fee bylaw. Big change, leak forgiveness was included. And then we're seeing, for the aqua contract, we're looking to do a cost plus instead of an all-inclusive contract. So basically, we're seeing those expenses that were part of the contract come back into our expense lines. I personally think that's gonna be better. It's gonna get us better contract cost on the services we need, and we'll actually be able to see more granularly what the cost is to run those systems. So that's why you're seeing that. It's gonna take a couple of years to flush this out, but that's kind of the majority of the changes in there.
Okay, questions?
Okay. Wastewater, is it okay to go? So wastewater, basically same deal. Dave calculates the cost, that gets translated into our wastewater rate. Contract changes is the big thing. Operational costs are coming out of that all-inclusive, coming back in. And then the one thing is we are seeing a reduction in energy based on the upgrades that we have paid. So although we have a big mortgage payment, we do get to see some reductions in cost.
Questions with regards to wastewater? Okay.
Okay. And then the last one is, it says landfill, but this is really your solid waste budget. So this is all your solid waste programs, your yard waste, curbside collection, recycling collection, and your solid waste collection curbside. Couple of notes on this one. Once again, trend-based. We did budget for the worst case scenario on the ICI, but we've been told by BRA prior to the budget that they're going to absorb the cost for 26 for the ICI for the commercial recycling, and then they will do the division of property. So we'll have another report coming in 26 to decide what we're going to do with those ICI costs. That'll be a decision of council. Really, it's going to come down to, I don't know, the fear that we would have from a staff perspective on that, not to jump down a rabbit hole, is, you know, if we don't keep that program going, does that material all of a sudden go into waste, right? So ultimately, the business is making money, it doesn't really matter. They just give me a bigger garbage bin, I don't have to worry about it. That's the thing we're worried about. So that will have to be a decision for council in '26. BRA increase was 3%, CPI as of September. Service delivery is flat, and we did see some reductions in the landfill, the bin hauling through our modernization money. We did the contract, we saw significant reductions in that contract cost.
Okay. Any questions with regards to that? All right, thank you. So the next item up is library, and I believe they're going to present on the 19th. Was that the plan?
Yes.
Or the 18th, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so yes, thank you, Worship. So we have the library scheduled for their formal presentation to council as an external party on November 18th. However, Ms. Andrews is on the line, and I just thought that if council had any questions about the library's budget, perhaps you could just raise those today, and it just gives Sarah some helpful information that she can take back and answer on the 18th.
And the thought being to include the chair and members of the board in the presentation, so that's the reason as well. But this is a chance for us to raise questions so that they can be prepared for the presentation. If there's concerns about the operating budget, we can raise them now. Or Ms. Andrews, Sarah, did you want to add anything to your discussion?
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us come forward today. No, I don't have anything. This is a fairly status quo budget for the library. We are again reflecting the major change in our budget, just like other departments, is for wages and benefits. We also, with adult learning, we know we only have so much money from the ministry to support this program. So we do try and tweak that money and redistribute it as necessary. So any changes are reflected in the comments section of our pages, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any initial questions? And again, they will appear on the 18th. Councillor Craig Mao.
Thank you, Sarah. I did have a question, and it was really just me being curious, and it was regarding adult learning. And when you're working with employers, trying to help them out, see, everything seems to be county-wide. I just wondered where the employers that you're currently working with were from. You know, if there was 8 employers and 6 were in St. Mary's and 1 from Stratford, 1 from Listowel, fine. I'm just curious. That's really the only question I had.
Through the mayor to Councillor Craig Mao, that's a great question. We are currently having only a small number of employers engage us, and they are in St. Mary's. We are actively trying to increase those numbers because we really feel this program benefits employers for learners who are currently employed. So we are trying to engage more of them. The possibility is huge. We could engage employers as far away as just south of Listowel and in Listowel, but we haven't had a lot of luck. So we're actually working on some marketing material right now that we, being Nicole and I, can get right in front of employers and make the program sound simple. People are often confused because now they've heard that the GED program is pulled and they don't realize there's a replacement. They also don't understand that the adult learning program can come into their place of employment and modify their lessons to whatever time period an employer offers us to teach, and at a frequency that they set. So we're hoping to sort of dispel some of that and make the program seem really useful for employers to put in place. We'll keep you informed on what kind of feedback we get, because our goal is to maximize this service to the entire county and to improve the learners' outcomes. So,
thanks, Sarah. That was a good answer. I was giving you the 18th to do it. So thank you very much.
Okay. Anything further, just as a cursory review of the library? As I say, the board chair will join here on the 18th to go through the library. And again, just if there's anything at present that jumps out. Okay, Sarah, thank you for your time. So now we're through the operating budget. Is there anything else that anyone has thought of, or anything with regards to operating budgets you wanted to raise now? Councillor Craig Mao? Yeah.
Thank you, Worship. was something I mentioned earlier today to the CAO, and I just wanted to bring it up because Spencer's sitting right behind me. And it's really for next year. I mean, I really quite like when it starts that, when you start looking, if I take library, for example, very first column there, you know, you're looking at the 2026 budget summary. And you've got the 2025 budget, you got revenue, expenditures, net, you know, total cost, and then if I actually had 2025 actuals, even though it would be projected at the end of the year, you'd actually have a real good comparison, because I don't really know what last year's budget, this year's budget really means. So it'd be really nice to have something like that in there. That's for future.
I think in fairness, there was a sort of halfway there, because as you can see with the $200,000 in saving, I think there was a harder analysis of the budget than there has been the last couple of years, to the credit of Spencer. And I think we're sort of trying to get there, because as we push through our time as a council, we've tried to ask staff to make the actuals closer to the actuals as opposed to, and, you know, I mean, there's lots of places they don't budget for vacancies, for example, or budget more for usage, real actual numbers. So I can solidly say this is probably one of the best budgets we've done in terms of actual numbers and you know, practical usage. So I think we're almost there. Yeah. Okay. So, sorry, Councilor Linney, yeah.
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Kipman and I had a brief conversation about next year's budget being an election year, so maybe he should comment on that, just so everybody knows.
Yeah, so next year will be slightly different. Slightly different at the council level. For staff, we will still proceed along our merry way as we usually do. Likely what will happen in January is I will bring forward just a regurgitation of the report I gave you in July about your priorities, just to remind you in January of an election year what your priorities were, and just to make sure that staff are on track, because I know, forgive me, as a CAO, I know that sometimes things change a little bit in an election year, and things might be reprioritized by council members who might be running for re-election. So that's never happened here. This council has always been, no matter who it's been on, council has always been really good to say we are in it for the best interest of the community. But I have worked for other municipalities where things go just, the path we were on changes a little bit in January of the election year. Then I'll bring one back in July to get some pre-budget direction, just so that, again, we can start our work. Staff would be in a position to have a budget binder like this in place for November 15th, which I believe is the first day of the term. One of the first things that we would have to do as staff is meet with whoever is in the mayor's chair to understand what their vision is of the budget, because statutorily the budget is the mayor's responsibility. So we would meet with that person, explain our process to date, our philosophies that we've always employed in the budgeting, any of the targets that this council had given us, and then ask for instructions on whether or not the budget process proceeds as it had in the past, or if the mayor has a new vision. And then just from there, we would make a determination what the next steps are.
Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Worship. Something just occurred to me, pre-approval of some capital projects. Could this council do that, or would that be left till late?
We typically don't in an election year, it's just a matter of respect for the incoming council. So it maybe things that are minor in nature or truly emergent, we would. But if it's our routine capital budget, we wouldn't do that, because there's not really anything you can do to fetter the discretion of a future council. So a future council does have the right to change their mind on that. So even at the staff level, if we got pre-budget approval, my instructions to them would be never to start it until a new council was seated, unless it was, truly an emergent thing related to public safety that is inarguable.
Okay. Anything else on operational areas? Okay. Okay, so that leads us to the next report from Brent regarding some staffing changes. And again, there's a piece of this with regards to the strong mayor's powers and how this would shake out. If you could please highlight that as well, so everyone's on the same page, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Yes, actually, not so much, Your Worship, in terms of the strong mayors. Each year, I think since I've been here, council's always asked to, because our staffing budget is significant. Council's always wanted to know in better detail what's happening with the staffing budget. So this staff report is a consolidation of all of the staffing related changes that are included in that budget that you may not have approved already. Something like, for example, something like the communications budget change. You approved that back in April. There was already public disclosure on it, so I haven't included that. But all of the new things like the reorganization back to 2020, the parks internalization, the extra hours for custodial for the PRC as well as the quarry and also part-time. All of those have been included in the budget, and it's included in that 3.94 that you've seen today. The only thing that is outstanding is Public Works has asked for a summer co-op to be included in their annual budget, and their view is it'll help with workload. Number one, help with workload through that busy capital season for Mr. Wolf. Number two, make us a good employer of students like we already are, but also start training people to get into the field of municipal work because we're not seeing as many people come through anymore. The budget impact is $10,000, and if my rough math is correct, that's 0.06%. So it would take you from 3.94 up to 4. So I guess when you look at the resolution, you can strike the one that talks about the part-time custodian because that's already been included in the budget. That was my mistake when I wrote the report. And then it's just adding the summer co-op one if you agree. Spencer?
Through the mayor, the part-time custodian actually hasn't been included. Sorry, I apologize about that miscommunication.
Sorry, so Spencer and I are, we're still working out it's a budding relationship, it's going well, but communication, we're still trying to work that out. So with that, then you'd have to add both, so it'd put you slightly over 4. So I just figured out that $10,000 is roughly 0.06, so you'd be adding, what's 0.18 to the budget. So whatever 3.94 plus 0.18 is, so just slightly over 4%.
$4.12.
There you go.
Yeah.
Roughly.
Yeah.
And then when Spencer does the real math, he'll say engineers shouldn't be doing math.
Okay. Spencer, that's what you mean, that 4.12 would be out then? Yeah, just to clarify. Because I sucked at math, just saying. We're same thing, okay. 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 Any questions with regards to this proposal with regards to staffing changes? Councilor Lucas.
Thank you, through the mayor. No, I'd just like to say I support that thought of some help in Public Works and then in engineering department. I think that's for all the reasons you mentioned, I think that's a great, or would be a great addition, I think.
Further comments, questions? Councilor Craigmile?
Thank you, through the mayor, CAO. It would be nice for the next meeting if you just tell us exactly what we have 104 full-time employees, and then for next year, we're gonna have 106, we've gone up to, and we're changing the TERP program, so we're gonna have 6 more students, something like that. Because that's what the general public always ask you, They always try and say, oh, you've got too many employees. I say, we don't have enough employees, and we haven't gone up in whatever, 5 or 6 years, and you know what I'm saying? It's just nice somebody to have the numbers to be able to say it out loud.
Okay. Councilor Edney?
Thank you, through your worship. I just wanted to mention too that there's actually kind of an unquantifiable value to adding the engineer through that our own workforce will see a new lens and probably new information fresh from school as well. So there's a value in that as well that I see.
Okay. Councilor Craigmile?
Thank you, Worship. If I could just throw a couple of cents on there. Something I found extremely useful was I went through some college curriculums to find out a program that I thought really ticked all the boxes of the staff we wanted. And then if I saw that, if there happened to be a co-op year before they graduated, or if they were graduating, I'd go right to that program and put a job application there, and then I get 3 or 4. So I know I'm getting people with it. I found it very valuable.
Okay. Okay. Any further questions with regards to the staffing component here? So the resolution will be as printed.
You're right. I need the full resolution.
That's what I thought. So just so we're on the same page. Yeah, okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. All right, then I'll put the full resolution as printed on the floor then, if I can, that admin 48, 2025 supplemental information regarding staffing changes included in the 2026 budget report be received for information that is identified in admin 48-2025 report. Council recommends that the mayor consider including in the staffing change of a part-time custodian based on a 12-month contract in the mayor's 2026 budget. That as identified in admin 48-2025 report, council recommends that the mayor consider including the staffing change of an engineering co-op, summer co-op student in the mayor's 2026 budget. I think that's it. Okay. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Lucas. Is there a seconder? Councillor Craigmile. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Okay.
Next item on the agenda was public input period. And there's nobody in the gallery to speak to the budget. I don't think we've received any budget input outside of. So then all that stands on this item is just a summary of the public engagement that we completed ahead of the budget. So as council's aware, we did do an open house at the farmers market back in September, and then we quickly followed that with an online survey. And the online survey, we took a bit of a different approach in hopes that we would generate some conversation, in that we showed how the money is spent and collected in the town. And then we just asked 3 simple questions that I found interesting that another municipality had asked. And one, essentially, it's when you're sitting around with your neighbors and you're talking about the town, tell us 3 things that you might improve. Because everybody has that conversation. We see it all the time on social media. We see it all the time at the coffee shop that, hey, why is the town doing this? Why can't they improve that? So we'd hope to get some good feedback through that. And then we also had another question related to just if there's anything a person thought that was a good small idea, to suggest those as well. And then from an asset management lens, we have to start talking and thinking about levels of service. So Mr. Wolf had put together questions about what persons might support in terms of tax levy increase as it relates to level of service. So you see the answers to all of those in the report that Mr. Steckley has produced. The one thing I will note is that usually we have quite high participation in our surveys. In this one, we did not. And I don't have a rhyme or reason for it. It was equally promoted like we do all of our other surveys. We just didn't get the feedback. I think we maybe got 10 total responses. So take that as you will. I think it means that there might be a lot of conversation about our budget in the community, but when it comes time to formally ask, maybe there's not much to say. I'm hopeful that I always like to take a positive lens, but I'm not asking council to do anything with it. It's just there for your information as you make budget decisions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments with regards to the report? Okay.
Just receive it, if you don't mind.
Pardon me?
Just a resolution to receive.
Sorry, yep. Okay, so then I'll put the resolution as a result of the discussion on the floor that COR 35-2025 pre-budget 2026 public engagement report be received. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Alward, seconder Councillor Luna. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Okay, so I'm happy now just to go over some of the next steps. So I say congratulations, council. That's the quickest in my 10 years a council's ever gone through the budget. And again, I think it's a testament to, again, the work of staff, the work of your treasurer, and how they, the very pragmatic way they put together the budget, the continuous improvement mindset that the organization really has adopted. That's why we've achieved $200,000 in our operations at a net positive. Even with adding more staff and internalizing things, you have a very good staff here who understands how to operate this municipality very efficiently. Our next steps, today I've heard no material changes or really any changes at all to the budget except for those that have been passed in resolution. So as staff, we will then make updates to the budget binder and make a presentation to the mayor in the next few weeks, just outlining what the new binder looks like. And maybe offer a helpful hand in helping him draft a budget memo to produce it to council. And then we'd like to formally table it with council, have the mayor formally table it with council on November 11th so that those statutory deadlines can kick in. Next meeting, I'll present a report for council to consider where you would consider shortening your amendment period to the budget from 30 down to 10 days so that when the mayor tables the budget on November 11th, you would have until November 21st to to make any formal amendments to the budget. The mayor, I think he has 15 days after that to veto those, or 10 days to veto those, and then 15 for council's override, whichever the two of it is. I think it's actually 10 days for veto and then 15 days for override. So one thing I would ask council to do is, if you don't mind, if you could leave your budget binders on at your spot. We don't want to have to replicate the whole binder. There's just a few pages we need to swap in and out. So we'd like to recollect them and just swap those in and out, and then give them back to you on November 11th, if you don't mind. And I think that really concludes all of our next steps.
Okay. In terms of tabling the budget, we'll just update it and post it on the website as per.
Yes, we'd have a memo. So we've canceled our meeting for November 11th, but we'd have a memo dated that saying the mayor's tabling his budget. We'd make sure the mayor sends out an email to council similar to we had before, saying your budget binder is available and it's in your spot. And then yes, we would pull down the one from the website and upload a new one.
Okay. Any questions on that, Councillor Edney?
Thank you, through your worship. I have a procedural question that I think is important to ask. What's the deputy mayor's role in this? Because, I mean, that's the whole point of him being there. Should he be there for the presentation of the budget?
The deputy mayor has no role. So yeah, so even under the strong mayor powers, even if whenever the mayor is on vacation, the strong mayor powers do not vest in the deputy mayor. The legislation has made that clear. Even if the mayor's seat was to become vacant, let's say the mayor decided to resign for whatever reason, again, the powers don't vest in the deputy mayor of the day. The strong mayor powers only apply to the person who has been elected the mayor. So that changes things again for us in that when it becomes vacant, there's rules around having by-elections. And I feel like we have to be within a certain window, Jenna, I can't remember off the top of my head, of the election or nomination day where we're actually allowed to leave the mayor's seat vacant. She's nodding her head.
I forget what the number is, but yeah, you have to have a by-election.
You have to have a by-election. So even if the mayor.
So if I resign as a result of this meeting today, you'd have to have a by-election. It's the legislation, which is a substantial cost to a lot of municipalities. It's another thing that's, like, it's not like in Per South, for example, where, Mizor was willing to take over and so forth. That can't happen now. Yeah. Sorry, Brent, I just wanted to.
No, that's 100% correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So sorry, Deputy Mayor, you have no power.
You mean a lot.
Yeah.
That means a lot to me.
Okay, so any questions about next steps and sort of what happens? Councilor Craig Mah?
Thank you. So when you fix up the binders here, are you going to also, your two-page executive summary, fix that up? Because I found that so important and so easy, and that's exactly what the public, when you can just regurgitate what you wrote there in 2 pages.
So through the mayor, I suspect when the mayor tables his budget, he'll have a memo that looks a lot like this on it.
The signature will be different.
It will be updated with and what it will say is, I'm pleased to produce the budget. Not to presume what the mayor would say, but I suspect it might say something to the effect of, I'm pleased to present the budget. It's very similar to the budget council considered on October 21st from staff with the following changes, bang, bang, bang. And then here's all the highlights, and the rest of it would follow as the same.
Okay. Any other questions about what's going to happen or anything else? And again, the library, the 18th, can you maybe just outline the meeting on the 18th? Because it sounds like it's going to be pretty packed.
It's packed, but it also might be quite short. So my vision for that meeting is that when we come forward, it'd be very similar to our meeting today, where you open, and then item 4 would be introduction to the mayor's budget. And the mayor would just explain the budget he has, or he would delegate that authority or responsibility to the CAO and the treasurer. And the budget council would have the opportunity to understand any of the changes that have happened since this meeting, because the budget's open. If anything does come up and we need to add it to next year's budget, we will make that change and we'll make sure it's flagged. And then we would be asking council if they want to amend the budget formally in any way. And if the answer is no, because you've heard everything and it's not really changed, then we would move on to the next section of the agenda, where we will have all of our external parties come in and provide their typical annual delegations. So St. Mary's Station Gallery, the St. Mary's Healthcare Foundation, the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, St. Mary's Mobility, and the library, I believe, are the 5 that are coming that day. Once you hear those, again, all of their numbers are built into our budget already, but at least now you've heard from them and understand why they're asking for what they're asking. Oh, and Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame is coming as well, just for a short delegation as well. Then the treasurer will have some of his standard reports. So the fee bylaw will be on that agenda for council to consider, our reserve update and our reserve policy. And then I think that's the balance of the meeting. And so again, by the end, presuming council has no changes, your statutory period to make amendments to the budget would cease on November 21st. If council has made no amendments, then the clock just winds down through the next 25 days, which takes us to December 16th. And then on December 16th, the budget is deemed adopted by council.
Okay, any questions about that, about process and going forward? Okay, so the next meeting is November 18th. Anything else anyone wants to talk about meetings? Councillor Craig Mao?
At the last meeting, which I missed, did anyone present, or was it in our agenda package regarding the notice from the Minister of the Environment about not accepting? So yes, did, okay.
Yeah, it was in, yeah. Yeah, we actually talked a fair bit about that, actually, yeah. And we expect more updates from you, actually, as things unfold, because there's lots there, I think, yeah. Go ahead, yeah, if you have an update, that's great,
I have
yeah.
had an update from BRA.
Okay.
If you
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, it's not on the agenda, but I think it's timely. It's budget,
probably important,
it's budget related, so I think unless someone has a problem with that, we just,
It's pretty short, if I can get it here. There was a email sent to me from Michelle at BRA, and she's saying, here's our next, she's talking about the letter, sorry it didn't happen, but here's our next step. So number one, separate trucks will be used to service IC&I wheelie bins independent from the residential recycling routes. Red lids will be installed on IC&I wheelie bins so they can be easily distinguished from residential bins. Collection days and frequency for IC&I recycle may change. We will be working with those adjustments over the next month. Site visits, number 4, between now and the end of December, our team will visit all IC&I locations to swap lid and confirm updated collection schedules with businesses. 5, pricing, as outlined in our budget communication, IC&I collection fee for member municipalities will increase in line with the September CPI. Importantly, the association will absorb all additional costs throughout 2026, giving municipalities the time needed to fully understand the changes and prepare. Beginning in Q1 2026, we will share detailed cost per bin and operational information so municipalities can plan. No further cost increases will take effect until 2027, by which time the requirements will be fully clarified and the new collection structure finalized. So that's the latest I've got.
okay, thank you for that. Okay, anything else? The only other thing coming up, of course, our Remembrance Week is just around the corner, and we're going to do the traditional events. We will have the at the cemetery, if anyone wants to help out with the flag laying at the cemetery, I believe is on the 8th. The 9th is the service with the Legion at the Cenotaph, and the town service will be on the 11th as well at the Cenotaph. So just if you want to put that in care. Anything else, Councillor Pridham?
Just a reminder, the Sports Wall of Fame induction ceremony is on November 1st at 2 o'clock in the arena lobby at the PRC.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Luna, yeah.
We do have a council meeting next Tuesday, though, do we not? It's not on there. Oh, just special,
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? All right, so if there's nothing else for today, then I want to thank all the presenters and staff, especially Mr. Steckley on his first budget. It was actually very easy to read and to go through, and he was actually quite good at answering questions, actually, off the top of his head. So thank you very much for making the process very smooth, actually. So, and thank you to council for the respect shown and the ability to work together. I think that it's, in my time, it's certainly helpful that everyone is willing to work together to try and move the town ahead. And I think for that reason, I think the council has been quite successful. So if there's nothing else, then I'll put a motion forward that bylaw 57, 2025, being a bylaw to confirm the actions of the October 21st, 2025 special meeting of council be approved. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Edney, seconded Councillor Alward. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. And finally, I'll put a motion forward. This special meeting of council be adjourned at 1:45 PM. Someone willing to move that motion? Moved by Councillor